Hey everyone, how are y'all? Big Al, don't feel bad. I felt like I lost mine today too. Michelle, how are you? Oh, that sounds like fun, Big Al. Country Chickens, how are you? Hey Princess Megan, how are you? Truth Finder, how are you doing tonight? Big Al, maybe that's what I need to go do. Today it's just been, oh my gosh, y'all. I have been upset, mad, wanted to cry. It's just been one of those days. Hey Julie, how are you? Oh, Cheryl, I'm sorry. Thank you, Princess Megan. I had to change it up. I needed something bright. I cried today. Oh, Big L, I'm sorry. It's just been one of those days. It's Cheryl, really nothing's wrong per se. It's just the whole Lori Vallow trial and the stuff that I heard today. It would have broke your heart. Mom Bear, how are you? It's just been I don't know. It's just been one of those crazy emotional days. A little Truth Finder, it was, I didn't listen to it. I only read, I was reading the tweets. Hey, wait, what up, baby? I'm still laughing at your email. But Truth Finder, I was reading tweets and I was writing them down, and I've heard like other little clips and stuff like that. Hey, Cujo, it, I don't, it's hard to explain. I think today is probably going to be was one of the worst days probably with Lori's trial, and then whenever they get the Emmy on the stand, it'll probably be another hard day. Thank you, like little baby. So I found that background. I got a couple of other ones. I think I'm just gonna start switching them up every day. Sweet Melissa, how are you? Hey Evie, how are you? Oh, Michelle, she acted all perfectly fine in the very beginning this morning, and they are showing uh, the pictures of where the kids were found at and all this and that. Hey, Debbie, how are you? The pictures they were showing were graphic, and she sit there and she never showed any emotions. They go to lunch and then they come back, and she's all crying and she's upset and she wants to waive her rights to be in the courtroom. She wants to go, I guess, back to her jail cell for the rest of the afternoon. She don't want to be there. They're out either in a hallway or in the judge's chambers. The judge goes in there. All the prosecutors, Lori, her attorneys are out there. Finally, they come back in, and they haven't even brought the jury in from lunch yet. This whole big issue gets raised. Her attorney says she wants to waive her rights to be there. The state argues against it, and then Judge Boyce was like, he starts talking about it, reads the Idaho Code Rule or Idaho Criminal Rule 43, says that the courts can override it and this and that, but he ordered her to stay. So she didn't have no emotion to it. And then, from what I understand, she ends up falling asleep during court. A truth finder, I was sitting here and I was waiting for like the next tweet to come out about what was going on. And I was just thinking, is she changing something? Um, is she gonna plead guilty? Is she gonna what's going on here? Like, I honestly thought the same thing as you did. I thought something was gonna happen. I thought I was even giving her the benefit of the doubt. I thought the pictures got to her, and she was gonna come out and be like, "I done it. I'm guilty." Blah blah blah. And she didn't. And Michelle, somebody else said that they wonder if maybe whenever they had her out of the courtroom, because they brought her in after lunch and then they ended up taking her out, and then she came back in, and that's when they shackled her to the floor. Hey, tree baby. And she ends up falling asleep. So they might have given her something to calm her down. I don't know. So if she took a plea, she would have to stand in open court and tell the whole story. Can you really see her doing it? I honestly, Big Al, no, I can't see her doing it. But I thought there for a second. No, they shackled her. They cuffed her to the floor, with her shackles. Truth finder. But I honestly thought the way things were going, and prosecutors, they said, was coming into the courtroom and grabbing papers and going back out. And I honestly thought she was like something was going to change. Ava, how are you? It could have been an anxiety medication, Truth Finder. It seriously could have been. But her attorney tried to argue and say that she has a fragile mental state, and that the morning testimony was very hard and very emotional. And I'm just sitting here like, whenever they're talking about all that, I'm sitting here thinking, you have these victims' families who have came in from various states. JJ's grandpa Larry, they said he was bent over in the courtroom sobbing, and he was trying to be quiet while he was crying. And I'm sitting here thinking, if I was that judge, I'd have been like, these victims' families have come in from multiple states. They are sitting here, they are listening to everything, and they're seeing these pictures just like you are, Miss Vallow. You are here accused of what's being talked about. You're going to sit here and you're going to watch it and you're going to listen to it. But he did order her to stay, so at least he did that right. Oh yeah, they were all. I thought something was up when they said that the judge was in the hallway and all that. I thought for sure something was about to happen. Yeah, personally, I think they should have gone to it with a 220 volt. And like little baby Kay wasn't there this morning. She didn't come back until after lunch. The pictures that was it, I thought maybe she wasn't there because of the pictures that they showed before lunch, but the pictures that they showed after lunch were worse. So I don't know if there was another reason why she wasn't there or what. It was just like, I wanted to break down reading all the different tweets coming through. I literally just wanted, sitting at my desk, I wanted to break down today. It was so sad. See, no, Kay said yes. Oh, okay. See, Ava, I didn't know that, but she ended up coming in after lunch, though. Hey, Rum Runner, how are you? Jailer was there and in Washington at Brian's old apartment. I know that he was there yesterday. I think yesterday is when he said that he spoke to Lori's defense attorney. I still haven't watched to see what it was he talked to him about, but and yeah, it's very, very overwhelming. Hey, musical. He was probably, well, I don't know. I don't think they have any bushes outside of that courthouse. They do have a waterfall, like a fountain type thing out in the front of it. He could have been hiding in the rocks, maybe. Um, but I don't think there's any bushes out there. If there is, I haven't seen them. All right, email is pinned to the top of the chat if anyone needs to get in touch with me. Stella B, how are you? Seems like she's been getting her way all of her life. I'm glad the judge made her stay. I am too. I was sitting there just hoping, like, don't allow her to leave. Like, she needs to sit here. She is being accused of murdering these three people, two of which are her kids. Even if she didn't hands on do it, she still conspired to do it. She needs to be there. She needs to be watching these, looking at these pictures. She needs to be listening to what this detective Hermosillo was talking about when he found these kids. And I'd be damned she didn't end up going to sleep in court. Uh, yeah, sweet Melissa, she did. Well, I think she tried to have a breakdown, and it didn't work out for her. I think the judges, I mean, not the judges. I think her attorneys told her during lunch that you're showing no emotion to these pictures and this testimony, and the jury was looking at her. They said, um, there was jury members that was crying when these pictures were being shown. CJK, how are you? Gannon, G-Man, how are you tonight? Tree Baby, they're saying she fell asleep. What though? I can't remember what the lady's name is, but she was there. Now, when I was watching Nate Eaton's thing, his tweets coming out, he said that from his vantage point, it looked like she just had her head bowed way down to the point where he couldn't see her face. The other lady that was saying that she was asleep was able to see her, and she says she slept like the rest of the afternoon until they broke for the day. And I mean, the jury sitting there looking at her. The jury did not know though that she didn't want to be in there for the rest of the day. They didn't. Um, they wasn't in there until after like that whole situation was taken care of. She was teleporting. Maybe she teleported into Chad's cell. It was like, hey, I'm just gonna come hang out with you in here while they're, they got the trial going on. I don't know. I don't see how she would have went to court. I mean, that looks bad on her attorneys, honestly, on her as well, but for sure on her attorneys. Okay, a true sociopath, Val has no emotion for these horrific murders aside from worrying about herself. She is a yeah, that is true, CJ. Wait, well, the baby, she did say she teleported to Hawaii. That is true. I'm pretty sure she's teleported over into Chad's cell and all that. Or thinks that she has anyway. All right, let me check one other thing real quick. Who's using I love her 10,000 extra points as a level 50 TV user. Okay, so I'm going to address something real quick before I get started tonight. Truth Finder, the only person that can tell you that would be Lori Vallow. Wait, the Gannon jury asked what they are to make of Letitia's behavior in court, and judge said that he wouldn't answer because case law makes that if you do the Fifth Amendment. If they would have used my method instead of the chains, they could have just clicked the beep and she would really be sleeping. That is so funny. Hell, if anybody finds out how to teleport to Hawaii, let me know as well. Just kind of zap there and zap right back whenever you're ready to come home. Okay, so I'm going to address something. And it's ridiculous that I even got to address this, but I'm going to address it. I have said it a million times in here that we are here for the victims and the victim's family. I am not, I don't care who it is. I will not put up with somebody being disrespectful to a victim or their family. At all. Hey, Midwest girl, how are you? I'm not here for the clicks and the views and the money and all that. I'm here for the victims. I'm here to be a voice for the victims, for their families. I'm not here for the drama and all that either. Um, but the being disrespectful to the victims' families, I will not put it with. I wouldn't even put it with it from my own mama. I'm not putting it with with anybody else doing it. So I never again on my channel will that happen. So I just wanted to put that out there. You missed it last night, Big Al. Midwest girl, you are very welcome. Big Al, I will write you later and let you know what happened. I'm not going to put it with anybody lying and saying that I did something that I did not do. Uh, if you tell me that someone has said something to me or not to me, but about me, um, hey, Emery, how are you? Just know that I will go ask that person. Hey, Crane Hill Gal, how are you? I will go straight to that person and I will ask them. I will not tolerate somebody lying on me and saying I did something that I didn't do. And then whenever I say that I didn't do it, don't turn around and lie and say that my husband did it. Because that's not going to fly either. Thank you, Tree Baby. So I just wanted to address that. I'm not going to put up with it. I did it to different people today. Didn't echo well either time. Wait, you did what, Big Al? Vapor, how are you? Oh, okay. I get what you're saying now, Big Al. But I just wanted to put that out there. I'm not going to put up with it. Um, hey, baby boop, how are you? So if it happens again, I will lose my shit on here. Just giving everybody fair warning. Because that last night was ridiculous. Vapor, people being disrespectful to the families, to victims or their families. Crane Hill Gal, thank you so much for becoming a member and welcome to the family. So just letting everybody know I won't be doing it. Vapor, I can write you later as well and let you know what happened. I don't think you were in here last night whenever it happened. Humblebee, how are you? And yeah, I know I put a poll up last night asking if people wanted me to go live early tonight. There was more yeses than no's. So I'm gonna be honest with y'all. Today just has been chaotic, and I didn't have my stuff together in time to go live early. So I do need to start doing earlier lives though at some point. Becky, are you doing okay? Hey, Lori and CJ, how are you? Victims and victims' families are going through and have been through so much. Exactly, Ava. It was just it was too much. I mean, those four kids, Mama has enough to deal with. Um, than to have stuff like that said. Like she's worrying about her kids and where they're at and when they're going to be home. No, Mom Bear, my cats are not in the house right now, and the little beady ones they're put up right now. So no, they're not making any noise. Okay, CJK, are you asking that to everyone in the chat? What time zone are you in and USA? And Lori and CJ, yes, I'm doing good, thank you. Baby Boop, it really was. It was it was a little bit ridiculous. Mom Bear, I don't know if you're hallucinating or not, but there is like literally Milo was outside, and the two little kittens who still have no names are put up. Okay, give me 1 second. I'm grabbing my first thing. I will say that what I'm going to be talking about tonight, there will need to be trigger warnings put out. Some of this stuff can be uh, upsetting. Um, Werewolf Queen, I talked to the mom a little while ago. There's still no updates. No, but she has been put in touch with someone who is going to try to help her with some stuff. So hopefully that person um, will do what they can. I don't know what they're able to do yet, but hopefully she'll get to talk to him tomorrow. And he's going to do what he can to help her out. Okay, let me get this pulled up here real quick, y'all. Like I said, I wanted to address the other. I hated that I had to. It's bullshit that I even had to do it. But we're going to move on now. Okay. All right. It's going to take me a second. I just got to move all of this around so I can see everything that I'm reading. Fell asleep late last night, Miss L chat. Julie, it's fine, honey. Okay. So this is just kind of an update of what some of the stuff that happened today. Um, the notes that I took from the tweets today, I'm not gonna read. I'm gonna read some of them. Most of them, I'm not gonna read because they're too graphic. Commander, how are you? And with this one here, with this article, when I get down to the part where it's the timeline of what went on today, I'm gonna start at the bottom because that's like where it starts at 8 o'clock this morning, and I'm gonna go up on it. Okay, so it says, warning, the story contains graphic content that may be disturbing to some readers. In the seventh day into the murder trial of Lori Vallow, or Lori Vallow Daybell, after opening statements started Monday, the prosecutor's first witness of the day was Rexburg Police Detective Ray Hermosillo. Okay. I gotta remember. All right, so I can read all this and then drop all the way to the bottom. Okay, so Vallow is charged with a murder, conspiracy, and grand theft related to the deaths of her two children, Joshua J.J. Vallow and Tylee Ryan, and her husband's late wife, Tammy Daybell, in eastern Idaho. Her husband, Chad Daybell, is also charged in the murders and will be tried separately in Ada County at a date still to be determined. Prosecutors were previously seeking the death penalty against Vallow, but it was later taken off the table by a judge as a way to sanction the prosecution for a late discovery disclosure. All right. So on Monday, the prosecution called two witnesses: Kay Woodcock, which is JJ's grandmother, and then Brandon Boudreaux, which is Lori's niece, Melanie's ex-husband. All right. So let me go all the way down to the bottom here, and then we're going to start. Okay. So court starts. It's in session at like 8:41 this morning. Lori Vallow, they always explain what she's wearing. Today she was wearing, "Hey Maisie, how are you?" Pink top, glasses, her hair is wavy. She's been laughing with her attorneys. And remember that. "Hey Scott, how are you?" Um, they talked about how she was all chatty this morning before lunch. She was talking to her attorneys and all this and that. And then whatever happened during lunch today. All right, so that was at 8:41. So let's go up to 9:10. And like I said, hey Cherokee Raider, how are you? Um, Can the mods drop a trigger warning? Just I know y'all can only do it like every 5 minutes, but just kind of like every so often do this, if y'all don't mind, please. All right, so 9:10, Rexburg PD Detective Ray Hermosillo is on the stand. He said that he began an investigation into J.J. Vallow's disappearance because of the attempted murder of Brandon Boudreaux, who is the ex-husband of Lori Vallow's niece. Hermosillo went to speak to Lori Vallow and found Chad Daybell and Vallow's brother, Alex Cox. He spoke with Cox, and Cox told Hermosillo that he didn't know where Vallow was and he didn't have her phone number. Hermosillo said, "I walked up to Alex. I asked him if Lori was home. He said that she wasn't home. I asked Alex if he knew where JJ was at. At that point, Alex got a blank look." Hermosillo spoke to Chad Daybell, who said that he barely knew Lori, and the two had been married for 2 weeks at this point. So at this time, Tammy had been dead a month. Like she died on I think October the 19th. Chad and Lori got married 2 weeks after she died. So this was 2 weeks after they got married, but he barely knew her. Read that Lori had to leave when they began to about the smell. Baby Boot, she tried to leave. She asked the judge. She made a request to leave, and the judge wouldn't allow her to. Okay, so all right, so he's saying that he barely knew her. The two had been married for 2 weeks at this point, and neither said that they knew where JJ was. Cox suggested that he was with his grandmother, who reported him missing. Now, Hermosillo says when Alex tells him that, well, he's with his grandmother, and Hermosillo was like, well, how's that possible when she's the one that reported him missing or has asked for the welfare check? So Daybell finally gives Hermosillo Vallow's phone number, and Rexburg PD gets a search warrant for her apartment. He said everything looked normal, but there was no clothes on the hangers. The search later morphed into to include Tylee Ryan when her brother Colby Ryan said that he hadn't heard from her in a while. So it was originally started out with the whole attempted murder investigation. Then it goes into searching for JJ, and then searching for Tylee as well. All right, so let me go up here to 10 o'clock. So Hermosillo says that when he obtained a search warrant for Lori Vallow's apartment, he was present for the photos taken of her residence. Okay, so now y'all can hear Milo. I forgot who that was. It was, oh, that's Beavis. For whoever that was asking a minute ago. So the jury and the gallery viewed photos of her garage, which contained a camouflage suit, which they also said it was a ghillie suit, uh, gun silencers, along with clothing, rounds of ammo, weapons, and a rifle. The end of the rifle is threaded for a silencer. Other photos included printouts of emails from Chad Daybell and books that he wrote as an author inside of a grocery bag, and inside of a grocery bag was rope and duct tape. So Alex Cox, Vallow's brother, also had belongings in one of her spare bedrooms. Rexburg PD tried to contact Vallow and Daybell, but no luck, Hermosillo says. That's when they found out through tips and cell phone data that the two were living in Hawaii. Hermosillo makes a trip to Hawaii in January of 2020 to assist the police there in searching the couple's condo. There was no evidence that any children had been living there, he said. He also said that the children were still missing, and Vallow had not contacted the police department regarding anything about JJ or Tali. Hey, Chan, how are you? Okay, so let's go up to 11:15. Okay, and Werewolf Queen, thank you so much for the super chat. She said, adding to the Victims Family Support Fund. Thank you so much for that. That was very nice. What I want to know is what was the silencer? Was the silencer legally bought? That I don't know. I do know that when Brandon Boudreaux testified Monday, he says that whenever he come around the corner going back to his house, he noticed the Jeep there, which he thought looked like the one that Tylee drove. And as he was passing, he said that he saw the gun and the silencer come out the window, and that's when it shot at him. All right. Okay, so we're going to 11:15 this morning. So Hermosillo recalls getting a search warrant for Chad Daybell's property on June the 9th of 2020, and this is when police found the bodies of J.J. Vallow and Tylee Rod. Hermosillo describes this day. Crews were searching around a pond at the back of Daybell's property when they found uneven weeds with soil on top of uneven grass below a tree. Because this raised questions, an evidence team began digging into the soil until they reached a black object that looked like the crown of a head. All right, so there was a strong odor. They then knew that it was a decomposing body. Hey, Turquoise, how are you? So the plastic was cut in a methodical way to find a body of a small person inside, who Hermosillo later identifies as JJ. We were able to see what looked like brown human hair. The jury and the audience sees a photo of JJ Vallow's body, which is wrapped in black plastic and buried in a shallow, square-shaped grave. Hermosillo says that during the excavation, they took Chad Daybell into custody when he was leaving his daughter's house at a high rate of speed. Hermosillo goes back to the property, helps lift JJ's body out of the shallow grave and into a body bag to give to the coroner. And then they say that Lori Vallow does not seem to be reacting at this point. She literally, this whole time that they're talking about these pictures and what they found and how they found the kids' bodies and all this and that, she never reacts to it. All right, so 12 o'clock, Rexburg PD Detective Ray Hermosillo tells the court how they found Tylee Ron's body. It was not near where JJ's body was at. So crews located areas of interest near what Hermosillo described as a pet cemetery. He said that crews decided that it was too risky to keep excavating the way that they were, so police officers got down on their hands and knees and began digging. This is when they smelled the odor of the decomposing body. They started uncovering bits of flesh and charred bone. We uncovered bits and pieces of what we assumed was Tylee, just globs of flesh that were falling apart. And if I have missed anyone coming into chat, I do apologize, but thank you so much for being here with us. So I said that we had to take turns digging because the smell was so bad. See, at this point, nothing says that she had anything to do with it. I know there is stuff linking her, but yeah, there's nothing saying that she physically done it herself with her own hands, but they haven't came out with all the evidence yet. They're saying that they have evidence that can link her to the conspiracy part of it, which is, I guess, basically what they're basing like their whole thing off of is a whole conspiracy type thing. Okay, so once Cruz removed that, there were more pieces of burnt flesh and bone in what appeared to be in a green bucket. The bucket was melted, so it's kind of deformed, and the flesh and bone were all kind of just stuffed into the melted bucket, Hermosillo testified. They continued digging, and then they found the skull and the teeth. See, I know she's guilty, but they need to build it brick by brick. I hope they lay every single ounce of evidence out that they have on this woman. And it sent her. I wish they wouldn't have took the death penalty off, but she at least gets life in prison and nothing less than life. So Lori Vallow keeps her eyes on Hermosillo as she speaks, or as he speaks. She's literally paying attention to every single bit of detail of this man's testimony. So she's watching him. She's seeing these pictures that's being put up. Hey, Rich, how are you? Don't have time to stay in chat tonight, but wanted to stress how much I want justice for all the children, babies that have been murdered in these high-profile cases. Everyone be well. Rich, thank you so much for stopping by, and I hope you have a wonderful night. Okay, so back in the day, conspiracy was just as though you actually did it. I hope the law. I think it's still the same turquoise. If you conspire to do it and they can prove it, I believe it's the same thing as you basically committing the murder. Okay. 9mm, thank you so much for becoming a member and welcome to the family. Okay, I bet she goes to the prison. My ex-girlfriend is a guard. I hope so. I can get her a little note. See, she's been in just like, I guess it would be considered what, a county jail this whole time. She got arrested February of 2020. She has no idea what the prisons are going to be like when she gets there. Been a member. Yeah, 9mm. I know that you have, honey. And I don't know what's up with YouTube and messing with people's cards. There's been other people that's had that same issue. They really need to get all their stuff like situated and taken care of. So she clearly wasn't searching for them. That speak. It's still a B. That is true. Avani, how are you? Okay, so 12:51, Lori Vallow's defense attorney John Thomas asked for a brief recess after lunch to speak with Vallow. She appeared upset, crossing her arms. Larry Woodcock, J.J. Vallow's grandfather, is sitting next to the reporters, and he says that I know that it's going to get worse today, but we'll make it. This isn't about me, it's about J.J. Lori tried to make it all about her. And this is where the whole theatrics begin. Prosecution is now in the chambers with the defense, Lori Vallow, and the judge. Like, they literally just all go. Just leave everybody else sitting in the courtroom. 107, the court takes a 30-minute recess. The defense, prosecution, a judge, and Lori Vallow look like they went back into the chambers and are speaking to each other. No one has been told why. And because of the way they were doing it all, I literally, like I said, I was like giving her the benefit of the doubt. I thought she was going to change everything up and something was going to change. Yeah, it got, yeah, she was fine before lunch seeing all these pictures. But then whenever they came back from lunch, she wanted to waive her rights to stay in in the court for the rest of the day, and she wanted to be excused. And the judge was no, he ordered her to stay. And I've got exactly what he said, based off the tweets that I got. Um, so I'm gonna read it in just a minute. And but after that, like, because when he told her no, you have to stay, he orders her to stay in there. She has no reaction to it. She puts her head down. She doesn't look at any of the pictures after that. Uh, and that's when they say she falls asleep. Okay, so 158. Lori Vallow has requested to waive her right to be present for the rest of the day, given the nature of the evidence that is being shown. Her attorney is arguing that she has a fragile mental state. She don't want to be there because she doesn't want to see the pictures. But yet, like I said, if I was a judge, I'd have been like, "You're here accused of doing what we're here to looking at in these pictures. If family of the victims can come in from multiple states and sit here through this whole thing, you're gonna sit through it too." Musical, we were just talking about that earlier when she was asleep in court. Maybe she teleported over to Chad's cell or something and went and hung out with him. I could give two shits less about her mental state. I mean, she asked for it. She did this to these kids and to Tammy. She has been deemed competent to stand trial. Therefore, she should stay in the courtroom throughout the whole thing. All right, so it says her defense attorney, Jim Archibald, said that her past mental health history is fragile, seeing the evidence in front of her. The prosecution pushed back, saying that there is a requirement for a defendant to attend the trial and that there is not a right for them to be absent. Judge Stephen Boyce overrules the request and Lori Vallow remains. So at least the judge got that right. So her presence can and should be required to ensure her due process rights and a fair trial, Boyce said. So I guess she was like, well, hell with it. If he's going to make me stay in here, I'm just going to go to sleep. But like somebody said, they could have given her some type of anxiety medicine and it might have made her sleepy. And that's why she went to sleep. Midwest Girl, thank you so much for that super chat. And she says, fragile mental state. She's the AC in disguise. Yeah. I don't think she has a fragile mental state. I really don't. I think that she just tried to cause a scene in the courtroom today, and it didn't work out too well for her. I'm pretty sure there's going to be other times as well that she's going to act out because the prosecutor, not Lindsay Blake, but the other one, is her name Rachel Smith? I believe is her name. Or Lindsay Blake, one of the two women prosecutors has said that like she's pulled this before. Okay, I guess she never got the memo on how to get removed from the courtroom via contempt. Welcome back, Truth Finder. I don't know. I look for more theatrics in the courtroom from her, honestly. I think she's going to try to pull other things to try to get herself removed. Okay, so 2:30. This is where the sensitive content warning comes in. Okay, wait, what up, baby? So that's all she wanted. Werewolf Queen. She was crying, and even Nate Eaton said that. Oh, hold on, I forgot what I was typing here. he said that he has been face to face with this woman. He has been in other courtrooms when she's been in court. She's never been sad and she's never been upset. She's never cried until today. And this is only day 2 of testimony. This can go 6 more weeks. Pretty sure she's going to try something else. All right, so the next part is the sensitive content warning. So I'm going to go ahead and throw the trigger warning out there. So Rexburg Police Department Police Detective Ray Hermosillo continues his testimony. He describes placing flesh and charred bone of Tally Ryan's body on the evidence tarps. Hey Jennifer, how are you? The jury in the audience sees photos of bits of bones, flesh, and skull. Hermosillo points with a laser to the area of the remains and says that those are organs that weren't completely burnt through all the way. Prosecutors move on to J.J. Vallow's autopsy. The jury and the audience are shown photos of J.J. Vallow laying on the medical examiner's table as soon as he was unwrapped from the black plastic bags that he was buried in. J.J. is wearing his red pajamas, and if y'all remember, there is a picture of J.J. sitting at Lori's house on a couch in his red pajamas. And they showed that picture today, along with a picture of Tylee, J.J., and Alex at Yellowstone National Park. And they said that the picture with Tylee, J.J., and Alex was the last proof of life of Tylee. The picture of J.J. in the red pajamas sitting on the couch was the last day of proof of life for him. Okay. So it says that he's wearing his red pajamas. His arms are crossed over his torso, covered in duct tape, and his head is wrapped multiple times around with more duct tape. The removal of the duct tape uncovers a white plastic bag wrapped around his head, Hermosillo says. So her weak-ass religion gives her the mental state to kill these kids, but not enough mental state to see the result. Yeah. Honestly, I think that she could handle it. I really do. I think because she doesn't care. It doesn't bother her. I think she was more of putting on that act for the jury. Her attorneys probably told her, because she wasn't showing no emotion before lunch. They probably told her, you're sitting here, you're showing no emotion when these pictures are being showed. You're showing no emotion during this man's testimony. And these jurors are looking right at you. They're literally staring her right in the face because her table is facing them. So they can see everything, her facial expressions, all of it. And they probably told her that she needed to show emotion. And she just amped it up about 10 times and put on a whole big show for them. Give me just 1 second, y'all. Okay. Okay, so it says when the first layer of duct tape came off, J.J. Vallow appeared to have more duct tape over his mouth. A children's blanket was also draped over his legs. Hermosillo said that he knew that this was J.J. Vallow just based on the features that he could still see. The jury was shown a photo of his face, and some began to cry. Larry Woodcock, J.J. Vallow's grandfather, doubles over and starts crying when the first photos of his grandson appears. He did not look at any of the photos for the remainder of the time. So at 3:30, the court is adjourned for the day after Lori Vallow's defense attorney, John Thomas, started his cross-examination of Hermosillo. Thomas was asking about the timeline about the attempted murder of Brandon Boudreaux and the type of shovel that was used to excavate the gravesite of Tylee Ryan and J.J. Vallow. So that's when they broke for the day. Detective Hermosillo will be back on the stand in the morning. Michelle, that's yeah. Uh, there was 2 or 3 tweets where they said that he was crying and he couldn't stop. Ray, how are you? And today was Larry's birthday, and they said that today was also Rob Wood's birthday. And he's sitting in a courtroom watching pictures like this of his grandson for his grandson's murder trial. Give me just 1 second. Let's see if they've added anything else to it since I've gotten this. Hold on just a second, y'all. I'm just looking through it real quick. Okay, no, that was the opening statement, so we don't went over all that. All right. Let me grab my notes real quick so I can read this one part from today. Like I said, the rest of it I'm not going to read. Most of it's pretty graphic. Pretty much anything that this detective is saying. Ray, I'm doing good, thank you. Anything that this detective Hermosillo is testifying about is going to be graphic. And then whenever they call the medical examiner, that's going to be graphic as well. Okay. So regarding the part of Lori where she's wanting to be excused from the court today. So they come back from lunch. Judge Boyce enters the courtroom, says that there has a legal issue that has arisen and it needs to be taken up outside of the presence of the jury. Her attorney, Archie Ball, will argue the issue. He says that Lori wishes to waive her rights not to be present for the remainder of the afternoon. He says it was emotional this morning and Lori has a fragile mental state of health. It was emotional for everybody else, I'm sure, sitting in the courtroom, but this woman, and it's been said by multiple different people who were in there, that she was showing absolute no emotion. So I don't understand why he's trying to argue that it was emotional for her. So Blake argues back that it's important to have Lori present and that the state of Idaho deserves to have her here. This isn't the first time that Lori has been uncooperative with the court. Blake says that if Lori is allowed to leave, the state would be allowed to comment to the jury during closing arguments that she was not present during this portion of the trial. So Boyd cites the Idaho Criminal Rule 43 and says a presence is required at a defendant's trial in every stage of the trial. But part of the law does say that a defendant can waive their rights to be present under certain circumstances. I guess she thought that this was that certain circumstances. Idaho law allows some defendants to waive their right to be present during parts of a trial, but there is a process if someone wants to be voluntarily absent. Boyce is discussing what authority the court has to allow someone to miss part of the trial. Wonder how she acted when Michelle she didn't care. It it was like, she looked at it one way. She wanted something, they were in her way, so they had to be removed for her to get what she wanted. First it was Charles, then it was Tally. Only way to get rid of JJ is you had to get rid of Tally first. Because Tally would have fought him over JJ. Got rid of Tally, then JJ, and then moved on to Tammy. After Tammy was her wedding. They just wasn't, I don't guess, thinking about that people are going to realize that JJ and Tally are missing. Um, People haven't seen them. People are going to start asking about them, wondering where they're at, possibly calling the police. Like I wonder if they thought about all that. Okay, other people would have taken care of those kids. Why did they have to unallow them? It's just so aggravating. She needs to stay and live up to what she has done. Midwest girl, I agree. Kay and Larry would have taken JJ. Even though they're older, they would have taken them. I think they would have taken Tally too, just so JJ could have her and she could have him. Ray, they're saying that it was actually Alex who done it. Hey Gigi, how are you? So they're saying Alex is the one. They basically call him the family hitman. They're saying he's the one that done it, but all three of them conspired to it. Lori, Alex, and Chad. Okay, so Boyce goes on uh, and says the court has the authority to override the request of the defendant to voluntarily excuse herself from certain portions of a trial where she has been here for the first day and a half of the trial. Her presence can and should be required, so the judge denies the request and orders that Lori cannot leave. Lori has no reaction to the judge's decision. The jury is brought in. Everyone is asked to stand. Lori stands, and John Thomas, which is her second chair attorney, holds onto her arm. So they basically played this whole little act out all the way till the jury came in. Chad might have had a hand in it, but they're saying that Alex was there too. That they pinged his phone there. Musical Alex is dead. Bailey's, how are you? Okay, I think that was all that I had highlighted in my notes because, like I said, everything else is like um, more graphic than what I just read. So um, I'm not gonna read all that. There was at one point they said that whenever Rob Wood was showing some of the images, that Lori was taking notes when Detective Hermosillo was talking about what the images were. Hey Stevie, how are you? Hold on one second, y'all. One second. King Scarlet, how are you? All right, let me jump over and grab my next thing here. Okay. Way the kids wrapped up alludes to more than one individual. Ray, I think um it was Alex and Chad while Lori sit back and kind of instructed them what to do. Okay. Hold on, y'all. I'm moving something out of my email. Good lord, all this junk just like piled up in here. Okay. So this is going to be a video talking about that nothing is going to stand in Lori's way. It's a legal analyst talking about it. I just got to get it popped out of my email so I can get it pulled up here for y'all. pause. All right, if y'all haven't done so, please hit the thumbs up while I'm getting all this ready to pull up.
Notice throughout this trial.
Trying to get it. Every time I try to move it backwards, it starts playing on its own, y'all. So give me just 1 second. Let's see, they had to be Ray, something had to, well, JJ probably not. I don't know what they did to Tali yet. They haven't got that into that part of the trial yet. All right, y'all. Let's go ahead and play this. This is talking about the Vallow trial. Nothing was going to stand in Lori's way, and this is coming from a legal analyst.
Notice throughout this trial, cameras are not allowed, but as you heard there, we do have audio, and we'll have that each day. And News Nation will be following this disturbing and tragic case throughout the trial, which is expected to last 10 weeks. Trial attorney and legal analyst Misty Maris is joining us now. We're evaluating kind of each day of testimony, almost the day after as it happens, as we're doing now. The prosecution laid out their case, Misty, yesterday and tried to paint a very vivid picture of who Lori Vallow is. I want to play that for folks at home.
Money, power, and sex. That's what this case is about. The defendant, Lori Vallow Daybell, used money, power, and sex, or the promise of those things, to get what she wanted. What she wanted was money, power, and sex.
And I should note, Misty, for folks at home, those pictures of Vallow and Daybell on the beach in Hawaii getting married, her kids were missing at the time. The jury will see that. How'd the prosecution do on opening arguments?
The prosecution did an excellent job. One of the most effective components was when the prosecutor showed those pictures, the hands of Chad and Lori together with wedding rings. And then what did they show? They showed pictures of the burned body of Ty Lee, JJ's body with his hands taped in front of him, and Lori and Tammy Daybell's exhumed body, putting those all together, showing that the children were missing at the time. They were planning a wedding. Chad and Lori were planning a wedding before Tammy had even died. So this was all very effective in showing that timeline and just the tragic nature of this case, painting Lori Vallow as someone who nothing was going to stand in her way with her relationship with Chad. And there's also a financial component, Marnie, that was a big part of the opening statements. They collected an insurance policy and continued to collect government benefits for both of the children after they had died. So that timeline was critically important, and showing that link between the two, also very effective in the opening statement.
And we also know that Chad's former wife, Tammy, who is now dead, died of asphyxiation. At first, people had been told, or at least what was made public, was she died during her sleep. Let's give the defense a turn, because they had their chance with the jury yesterday in opening arguments. They had some important questions that they asked the jury. Let's listen.
So what happened? How did these children die? Who was involved? When did it happen? Where did it happen? Why? Why did it happen? Did she kill? Or did she assist? Or did she encourage? Or did she command? There's this charge saying they're not sure what happened.
All right, Misty. So if the prosecutors cannot answer all of those very important questions for the jury, will they have a tough time getting a conviction here?
So now we know where the defense is going. And prior to the trial, we had seen that they had actually filed alibi. So we knew that Lori Vallow was going to claim that she had an alibi for these deaths. And we discussed that that's not really effective when you have a conspiracy case, because a conspiracy case means she didn't have to be the one to actually commit the act of murder for any of the victims. She just has to either direct, encourage, assist, or participate in the deaths of those victims. So the defense here very, very focused on raising reasonable doubt. What they're saying is that the prosecution does not really know and is not going to be able to tell the jury what role Lori Vallow actually played in these deaths. So of course, prosecution has the burden. They're going to have to rely on putting together the puzzle and other evidence outside of what exactly happened on that night. Remember, Bernie, these bodies were discovered much, much later. Tammy's body was exhumed. So the body usually tells the story. So that evidence is now very, very difficult for prosecutors at trial. However, I think with all of the other evidence here, they're going to be able to paint that picture, and we'll see what plays out. I think the most effective evidence is going to be from the witnesses, which we'll see as the trial goes on, where Lori is specifically evading questions about where the kids are or telling lies. That's going to be very, very important to the prosecution's case.
And thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to
Okay. Give me a second, y'all. I've got to get this out of my thing so I don't start playing again. Okay. All right. She's getting closer to looking like the Joker with the lipstick. They still haven't said if she's had her gel makeup on. Nobody's commented on that that's been in the courtroom. Sounds like Lori dealing with a narcissistic injury that happens because she finally realizes that she can't manipulate anyone anymore since she's been outed. They lose it when they're forced to face their true self. I don't know. The one attorney, the John Thomas guy, he seems like he's the one that wanted to argue everything for her. Jason Troll's doing good. BFFs helped her a bit. I think honestly, Truth Finder, I think there's more people that knew about it. Maybe didn't conspire it, but knew about it. And they're saying that the Zulema lady has immunity. I'm wondering if Melanie Gibb has immunity. It's crazy that she didn't get in trouble for lying to the police about where JJ was at. And of course, her attorneys are going to say, oh, she's got an alibi, so she couldn't have done it. But like this lady said, the alibi in a conspiracy case is really not going to do you any good. But you can still conspire to do it without actually doing it. All right. Let me get my next thing up. Melanie Gibb, is she? Truth Finder, yes. She is on the list. Hold on. And they haven't released the whole witness list yet. But give me a second because I did write down. So we know that Kay is testified. Brandon Boudreaux's testified, and he has been released from the subpoena, so he can go back home. The state said today that they were done questioning Detective Hermosillo, but they may need him, so he's going to have to stick around. We know that Larry is going to be a witness. Where did I write that down? Zulema is supposed to be a witness, and Melanie Gibb, but there was somebody else that was said was also supposed to be a witness, but I don't know where I wrote that down at. But we do know those for sure. I'm sure anyone who knows her automatically suspected her even before the kids were found. Just listening to her talk about the kids being zombies and stuff that was said about at times she wants to run her car off the cliff with the kids inside and stuff like that. You know, she talks all this craziness about the zombies and Tali being a zombie and JJ being possessed and evil and all this and that. Rayanne, how are you? See, she was talking and acting strange. Rayanne, who are you talking about, honey? My dad's wife. Oh, Princess Megan. uh, I'm pretty sure Melanie Pulowski's going to be a witness too. I'm pretty sure Melanie's husband, Ian, is probably going to be one. We know, like, the medical examiner will be one. I'm sure there's going to be some other officers, some other detectives will be called. Lori reminds me of Australia's most Hamilton Brian, who ran the cult of family. Musical, is that the one you were talking about last night? I remember you saying something about someone from Australia that was crazy like that. Okay. I know when I scroll back up, this video is going to start playing, but okay, so this is talking about the Idaho mom, Lori Vallow Daybell's missing kids, or a gruesome discovery in a makeshift cemetery, detectives testify. Lori Vallow was talking and acting weird way before the kids were unalive. Yes, she was. Hey, Teresa, how are you? Yeah, she said all kinds of things to various different people. And it was like some of the people that she was saying this in front of, like Melanie Gibb, I'm sure Zulema, Melanie Pulowski, like all them, it was almost like it didn't seem weird to them. Okay, so this is saying that emotions ran high as a detective testified Tuesday about discovering the gruesome remains of Lori Vallow Daybell's two children. So the Idaho mother is accused, along with her husband, with murder in connection to Joshua J.J. Vallow, who was 7 at the time. Tali Ryan was 16. They were last seen a few days before her 17th birthday in 2019. Just think, Tali, if she was still here, she would be going on 21 this year. JJ would be 11. Crimes against children in those situations where someone is found guilty should result in death within 30 days of conviction date. Jason, I agree, but I mean, they have, whenever they're found guilty and they get the death penalty, they have all these different appeals that they can do. And that's one thing that drags out the whole process. Anne Hamilton, Brian, drug kids in her cult. She believes she was the woman in the book of Revelation in the Bible. Oh, that sounds like another crazy one, musical. Okay, so this is going to require another trigger warning, y'all. And I do apologize. I know some of this stuff is graphic. It's just the nature of the case, honestly. It's what has been put out and happened to these kids. All right. So it says JJ's body was bound with duct tape, wrapped in plastic, and buried under a tree, said Rexburg Police Detective Ray Hermosillo, the lone witness who took the stand on day 2 of Vallow Daybell's murder trial. Tally's body had been burned and destroyed, a mass of blood and tissue placed in a partially melted plastic bucket and buried in a part of the yard that the Daybell family called the pet cemetery. They literally just buried her in a pet cemetery like she was an animal. Wonder how normal people turn to cults and out of nowhere see zombies. Is it King Scarlet? That's a good question. That's pretty much the nature of every case we cover, so it shouldn't be any surprise. Yeah, this one though, I think it's harder because of it being kids. Like I don't think I've read anything to y'all or went over anything that's been this graphic. All right, so it says that Vallow Daybell appeared upset and weeping during the testimony. Only after lunch break. All before lunch, she was completely fine. And I'm pretty sure the jury is going to remember that whenever they go into deliberations over this. Like she was day 2, she was completely fine. She was chatty, she was smiling. Something happened at lunch, and then boom, she was sleeping the rest of the day. So it says the deaths have drawn widespread scrutiny, speculation, and sensationalism, and have been the subject of a Netflix docuseries. Vallow Daybell will spend life in prison if convicted on charges of conspiracy, murder, and grand theft. Her husband, Chad Daybell, who will be tried separately, could face the death penalty. On Tuesday, in addition to prosecutors showing horrific images of the kids' remains found in Chad Daybell's backyard, Hermosillo gave graphic testimony about searching for the kids nearly 3 years ago. Bien, how are you? The detective said that the search was so intense that officers got down on their hands and knees while digging up one of the decomposing bodies. We had to take turn digging because the smell was so bad, he said. So buried and burned body of Lori Vallow Daybell's daughter, a mass of blood and tissue. Vallow Daybell and her husband, who prosecutors allege practiced apocalyptic and doomsday-driven religious beliefs, had pleaded not guilty to the slew of charges. When J.J. Vallow's grandparents, Kay and Larry Woodcock, reported the 2 children to authorities in November 2019, Vallow Daybell and her husband lied about the kids' whereabouts. The couple also refused to cooperate with the investigation and left the state, which is when they left and went out to Hawaii. The couple were found in Kauai, Hawaii in January of 2020 without the children. The couple was later arrested in Hawaii and then extradited to Idaho, which is not true. It was only Lori that was arrested out in Hawaii. Chad actually stayed out there. He was seen when she had to go. I think she made 2 court appearances. Hey, Jessica Lynn. I think it was 2 court appearances that she made out in Hawaii before she was extradited back to Idaho. And Chad was at both of those. So he didn't leave until and come back to Idaho until it was time for her to come back. All right, so meanwhile, a search for the kids went on for months before remains of the children's bodies were found buried in Chad Daybell's property in the rural eastern Idaho in June of 2020. Prosecutors say that the couple's bizarre strategy was part of a plot to steal Social Security funds and insurance money. Tylee's body had been burned. Fremont County prosecutor Lindsay Blake told jurors on Monday, leaving behind only a mass of bone and tissue. Some DNA on a pickaxe and a shovel. Duct tape had been wrapped around JJ's hands and his head. His body was wrapped in trash bags. Lori Vallow Daybell gets upset listening to detectives' graphic testimony. So on Monday, prosecutors... Hold on, let me grab this real quick, y'all. Cherokee Raider, thank you so much for being a member for 4 months. And she said, Scarlett and at the mods, you were an amazing team. Thank you. Well, Cherokee Raider, thank you so much for that. That was very nice of you. Okay, so on Monday, prosecutors showed the jury graphic photos of the children's remains. On Tuesday, Hermosillo testified how he and investigators discovered those bodies in Chad Daybell's backyard after Daybell had been served with a search warrant of the property on June the 9th of 2020. The detective told jurors how he and a group were looking at a fire pit when they were summoned to help at a pond area under a tree, according to East Idaho News. As they began to remove the top layer of the soil, Hermosillo said that they saw 3 large rocks that were on top of some wood paneling. Once investigators removed that and more dirt, he said that his instincts kicked in. At that point, there was a strong odor, and through my training, I knew that it was a decomposing body. He said that as they continued to dig, they found what appeared to be the crown of the head, leading them to a small body whose head was wrapped in tape and body covered in plastic. The body would eventually be J.J. Vallow. His pajamas were soaked with body decomposition, and he still had his pull-up on that he had to wear at night. So the detective testifies about another grisly discovery at the Chad Daybell's house. So after that discovery, Hermosillo testifies that officers were told that Daybell was leaving his daughter's house located across the street at a high rate of speed in his car. And see, I thought the whole time he was sitting in his driveway. Because, he was, when they were searching, he was sitting in his car. He had called Lori. Lori had called him. He told Lori that Mark Means was supposed to get in touch with her and all this and that. He told her that they were searching the house and they were searching out in the field, looking for the kids. She didn't really sound concerned. He sounded more upset and concerned. And one of the officers that was standing out close to his car said that he kept the car was back in the driveway, and he kept looking over his shoulder towards where JJ was buried at. And it was like as soon as they found JJ's body, that's when he took off. Michelle, JJ was 7. He was 7. Tylee was 16. See, I thought they kicked him off the property. See, that's what they're saying here, that he left from his daughter's house across the street. I could have swore I heard, though, and they even talked about it in one of his court things, that he was sitting in the driveway. Situations like this make me hope there is Dexter out there handling some of people like this, especially crimes against children. It's sad, isn't it, Jason, that there's a mother or even just a parent in general that could hurt their kids, or any other child for that matter. Okay, so it says that officers followed Daybell in pursuit, the detective said, and they pulled Daybell over and they took him into custody. Hermosillo later testified that when he returned to Daybell's backyard after accompanying the coroner with J.J. Vallow's decomposed body, he saw his colleagues digging feverishly near the pet cemetery, eventually getting on their hands and knees. They began thinking that it was the body of JJ's older sister, Tylee. And Jason, mine does too. It's sad. It really is. Okay, so we started finding burnt flesh, decomposing bones. The smell was so bad that we had to take turns digging. Eventually, we uncovered bits and pieces of Tylee, or who we assumed was Tylee, that had been burned. Hey, Brown Bear, how are you? So there were pieces of bone, charred flesh, globs of flesh that were falling apart, he said. And what is sad is that this was her mom and her uncle that Tylee and JJ both trusted, loved Lori and Alex, thought that they both loved JJ and Tylee back. Chad didn't care anything about them. I mean, it was never around Tylee that I can remember ever being mentioned. He might have been around JJ, once, if that. But the fact is, though, that Tylee and JJ trusted Lori and Alex, and they did that to them. It's amazing what police officers have to see on a regular basis. I can't imagine the nightmares they had musical, especially in a case like this when it's children. It's got to be worse. Okay, so Lori Vallow Daybell got on Idaho police's radar due to a phone call from Arizona. So the case came about from a call by police in Gilbert, Arizona in November 2019. The Arizona police wanted help from Rexburg police to perform surveillance on the couple and seize a Jeep Wrangler that was suspected of being used in an attempted shooting. So that's the attempted shooting. Well, really, it was actually attempted murder. I mean, they actually did the shooting. But that's when they shot at Brandon Boudreaux, Lori's niece's ex-husband. So on Monday, jurors heard testimony from Brandon Boudreaux, an Arizona man who had recently divorced Vallow Daybell's niece. Boudreaux said that someone driving a Jeep Wrangler shot at him outside of his home, and the Jeep resembled one that belonged to Tylee, Vallow Daybell's teenage daughter, which is also, whenever they were talking about last night on the video that we watched, and Lori was talking about Tylee and Charles didn't really get along and all this and that. Well, Charles is the one that bought the Jeep for Tylee. I mean, he must have cared something about her. They must have got along at some point. I mean, he bought the kid a Jeep. Sounds like a very sensitive question, but was it said where he dismembered Tylee? It hasn't been said yet, White Widow Baby, but I do remember that whenever they done one of the search warrants or served one of the search warrants out at Chad's house, I can't remember if it was before they found the kids or if it was after. The only thing I remember is the ducks coming from across the street of the house, from Chad's house, and when it was like a mama duck and a bunch of little ducks, and whenever they saw the cops over there, all these little ducks went over there to the cops. And they had went in that big barn that's out behind Chad's house, right there where Tylee was found at. They went in the barn, but it was never said what was found in there. I'm pretty sure that's where the shovel and the pickaxe and all that was at, but they haven't said anything else about it. That could be where it happened at. Good night. Baby Boop, I hope you get to feeling better, honey, and you're able to get some sleep tonight. But White Widow Baby, I'm pretty sure it's the more that these detectives and officers and all that testify, I'm pretty sure that's going to end up coming out where it happened at, or where they suspect that it happened at. All right. Has Christy been on recently? Or they want to tell her? Brown Bear, no, she hasn't been on. I know that they had a lot going on with their family, but I haven't talked to her in probably a week. All right, so investigators surveilled Vallow Daybell's apartment in Idaho. They snapped photos of Vallow Daybell and Chad Daybell entering and leaving. He said that the police spotted the Jeep on November the 4th of 2019, but they never saw any kids at the home. The detective also testified that his department was surprised when Gilbert, Arizona police officers appeared in Idaho 2 weeks later and told them about JJ and Tylee. Miss Juan, how are you? She wanted to report back. Brown Bear, I can let her know that you're wanting to get in touch with her. Okay, let me scroll down on this a little bit. Okay, so we weren't told that they were missing. We were told that their grandmother, Kay Woodcock, was concerned that she hadn't spoke with JJ for a while. Rexburg police agreed to keep a watch on the residents while Gilbert police checked for the kids in Arizona. The kids were never seen again. So Lori Vallow Daybell and her husband face other accusations. The couple is also accused of killing Chad Daybell's former wife, Tammy Daybell, who unexpectedly died in October 2019, about 2 weeks before Chad Daybell married Lori. It was initially thought that Tammy Daybell had died in her sleep due to an illness, but after her body was exhumed, an autopsy showed that she had died of asphyxiation caused by someone else, Blake said. Brown Bear, you're welcome. So according to the police reports, one friend said that Vallow Daybell allegedly called her kids zombies, which we've heard several times people have said that. Blake told jurors on Monday that the couple's beliefs were extreme, saying people were either in the dark or light. The couple would tell friends and acquaintances that dark people had been taken over by evil spirits. And that's whenever it came in, like if people have been taken over by the evil spirits, then the body must be destroyed. Like that's what they believed. And then they start saying that Tylee is dark and she's a zombie. JJ is evil and possessed. He is dark. Tammy is dark. I think Chad said that Tammy had been possessed by some other lady. They said that Charles Vallow was possessed with some dude named Mick Snyder. It's just all this craziness. Yeah, Jason, they told people that. It was said, I want to say if it was not Lori, I'm sorry, Melanie Gibb, or if it was another lady. But they said that they were on the phone with Lori at one time. And Tylee was at the house. And Lori was talking about Tylee being a zombie. And Tylee standing right there listening to her mother call her a zombie. This Lori woman and Chad, I mean, they were talking about having portals set up in their house. That Chad could go through this portal into other realms and other places, just like off the wall craziness. That he was able to talk to different people, go visit these other places, and like we said earlier, Lori says she teleported over to Hawaii. It's craziness. Did Lori go back into the courtroom today? Brown Bear, I think it was all I put on, but yeah, the judge ordered her to stay in the courtroom. She tried to waive her rights, and she wanted to leave, and he wouldn't allow her. And she was crying and whining and boo-hooing and blah 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 and all this and that, but in the end, she had to stay. Who are the real zombies? I don't know, true secret, if I would say that Chad and Lori are zombies. I would say they're crazy. She thought that her and Chad both thought that they were this other couple. Chad um, even said that in a different life, him and Lori were married before. That he knew that Tammy was gonna die, like that he had saw that vision or whatever that she was gonna pass. Just all kinds of off the wall stuff. Okay, so the time spent interweaving these evil thoughts and ideas, too much time on their hands, clearly among many other issues. I'm sure there's some issues that's been talked about with them that I'm not even thinking of right now. Protected, how are you? Um, they thought that they were supposed to lead the 144,000. If y'all remember, they were saying that the world was going to end in whatever the date was in 2020. Even had Melanie, uh, her niece, believe in it. And that's what a lot of the issue that Melanie and her ex-husband Brandon Boudreaux had. Melanie was wanting to go spend $10,000 on and stock up on food because she thought that the world was going to end. It was just all uh, these religious beliefs that they had. Yeah, she would. Yeah, Jason, they were supposed to lead the army of the 144,000. Her and Chad. She talked to these different people, like she could go to this portal that she had in her house or shrine or whatever the thing was called. Chad had one set up at his house in his closet, and that they could both go to their own thing in their house, and that they could talk to each other. No phone, no text message, no computer, no nothing like that. They would just go to their little areas in their house where they had this whole portal thing set up, and they could talk to each other like that. Okay, so Brown Bear, what the prosecution is saying basically comes down to control and money. Uh, Lori and her brother conspired to kill her ex-husband because she thought that he had, which he did have it, but she thought she was going to get it. He had $1 million life insurance policy on himself through his job. She was the beneficiary of it. She thought she still was the beneficiary of it, and she didn't know that he had taken her off of it and put his sister on it. So they conspired to kill him because she thought she was going to get that money. Well, after they killed him, then she realized that she wasn't getting it because her name wasn't on it anymore. Tylee had money coming in because her biological dad passed away. Lori wanted it, so they're saying that that's the reason why Tylee went. I also think that it has to do with the fact that she was mad at Kay for getting Charles's life insurance policy. And so she also wanted to do away with JJ to get back at Kay, but also JJ had monthly benefits coming in. So in Lori's mind, she probably was like, okay, well, I can still get his benefits, but I can also get back at Kay by getting rid of him. In order to do that, we got to get rid of Tylee first, but we can also still get Tylee's monthly benefits. So she was getting Tylee and JJ's monthly benefits after they passed away, which she's also charged with. And then she wanted to be with Chad. Chad wanted to be with her, but they couldn't be with each other as long as Chad's wife was still alive. So Chad goes like a couple of weeks before Tammy dies and ups her life insurance policy to the max. And then she ends up dying a few weeks later. And he gets her life insurance policy. He literally went and cashed it in. And 2 weeks after she died, him and Lori get married. And while they're doing all of this murdering of Lori's husband, Chad's wife, and the 2 kids, they're also planning their marriage. Like Lori's buying stuff before Tammy's ever passed away and all this and that for their wedding. Bet she never looked back and left. Vapor, you mean like look back on her life? Is that what you're saying? Hey, Crime Crazy, how are you? And Brown Bear, yes, it's basically money and control. That's basically what it is. On top of, and I'm not knocking anybody's religion, so please don't think that that's what I'm doing. But they had some very crazy religious beliefs uh, that they were into. And I did hear at one time that because Chad was part of the LDS church and so was Lori, that the LDS church basically shunned them and didn't want to have anything to do with it because they didn't agree with what they were practicing and teaching and all that. Okay, it's like this evil, nasty, evil knockoff of a soap opera back in the day. Answer. Okay, I got you, Vapor. Let's see. Let me catch back up in chat now. All right. So let me get this off of here real quick and out of my inbox. Could the religious beliefs be concocted cynically to get more sympathy and get away with crimes? Musical, that's a good question. I don't know. And honestly, like Chad, I think he and it's been said that they may try to say that Chad brainwashed Lori. I think he was kind of into this before, talking about these like near death experiences, and he wrote books on it and all this and that. So I don't know. I don't know. That's a good question. See, I don't think they believe any of that. They were all about being cult leaders. Toy, how are you? It's just, I don't know, y'all. It's just crazy. It's just craziness. See, they got cocky after Tammy's death. It went so smooth. It's just sad, though, that Tammy was living on that property and them two kids were buried in that backyard and she never knew it. She had no idea that Chad and Lori were meeting up at the local track there, walking the track. Even Melanie Gibb went with them. Like they're walking around the track, they're holding hands, they're talking on the phone. Tammy knew nothing about any of that. That they have murdered her two kids, buried them on her property, none of that. Brown Bear, no. Chad and Lori were supposed to be tried at the same time. And something came up where the judge had to sever the cases, and now once Lori's is over with, I don't know how long after that's over with that they're going to schedule Chad's. I'm pretty sure his is going to be a lot of the same evidence, a lot of the same witnesses, a lot of the same testimony. I don't know if there's going to be more though on the religious beliefs that they had. I don't know if they're going to talk about more of it than what they are with Lori. Kim Sherry brainwashed her, but she's still responsible for not protecting her children. Yes, because they said that she went to some kind of conference thing where Chad was speaking, and Zalima and Melanie Gibb was both with her whenever she first met Chad. And when she first met him, that's when she like just went crazy over him. And she started getting all these beliefs, and she started reading these different books, excuse me, and started getting into all this. I just don't understand the part where they go to get rid of the kids, but did they ever think about the fact that people are going to realize that the kids are no longer around? She would tell people that Tylee was off at college. JJ was with Kay, but she only told that to people who she knew that wouldn't get in touch with Kay to check on JJ. Or she would tell that to people that she knew wouldn't try to get in touch with Tylee to check on her. Like there was certain people that believed that Tylee was at college and JJ was with Kay in Louisiana. Wonder if he was doing hypnosis on her. I, I don't know, Protected. I don't think I've heard anything about hypnosis in this case. But then again, I've heard so much about it that it could have came out at the very beginning. Yeah, these people need to watch Dateline. They can't even get away with murder. I don't. They just. I guess they thought literally that they could just, like I said, get do this to the kids, do this to Tammy. No one would ever think anything about it. No one would worry about where they're at, if they're okay. Ask about them, look for them, send police to look for them. Kay and Larry had been trying to call. That they should have known that they were going to say something. Did they think that they literally could just do away with all of these people, get away with it, run out to Hawaii and get married, and live their life and keep telling people that Lori had a younger daughter who recently passed away, never bring JJ up, and they can just live life like a fairy tale? I guess that's what they thought. And that they were going to, the world was ending in 2020 and they were leading all these people back. Okay, so wait. LDS believes that someone of marriageable age who has never had sexual intercourse may represent someone who is morally clean and can be the atonement. Ava, thank you for that. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know a whole lot about LDS. And if anybody in here is in, if that's your religion, that's fine. I'm not knocking it. I don't know anything about it though. Okay, so he could be doing it on her and she didn't even know. I don't know. Protected. I'm pretty sure there was some crazy stuff going on between Chad and Lori that the cops probably don't even know about. So Stella B says, I hope the Chad turns on her. Lori won't. She did that to her kids for him. Stella, I was thinking back whenever it first came out that he didn't want them to be tried together. I wondered at that point if he was wanting to step away from her, distance himself from her, and that maybe he was going to turn on her. Because, he can very easily turn on her and Alex and say they both did it. Now, he would have to explain how they ended up buried in his property. Okay, so my father was LDS. It's very strange religion, in my opinion, and the offshoots are encouraged. Well, Ava, thank you for that. So 9mm, you're talking about the LDS that you got suckered into? Okay, so let me catch up with Jason here real quick and see what he says. So Hawaii marriage, weeks after his wife died, 2 weeks after she died, Jason. Just 2 weeks. And Lori had already ordered the ring, her wedding dress, and what Chad was wearing to the wedding before Tammy was dead. And she ordered it from her dead husband's Amazon account. Okay, yet they were leading the 144,000 army. This is huge money aspect to the strapped by the bullshit excuse of zombies. It's I honestly have no words for it, really. It's craziness. Is what it is. It's a cult, and it's just, there's no telling how many other people there are out there who believe like they do. And if that's what you believe, that's you. I'm if that's what that's your right. I don't understand it. I just think that there's some crazy aspects to it. So wait, 9mm. What was 9mm? Everyone will listen. I will tell all. 9mm, you're more than welcome to come on panel and talk about it if you want to. When I get done with all this. Sorry, as an Australian. Musical, it's the Latter-day Saints Church. I'm trying to think of the full name of it. The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, I believe, is how it is. So much enjoyment running this. Yeah, Vapor, they used to come to our house all the time too. Isn't it called here like the Church of Jesus Christ of the Latter-day Saints or something like that? I think it's how it's said. I know that where I live at, there used to be one Mormon church here, and I think it moved or something. It's not where it used to be. The foundation of LDS is based on books added to the Bible in which prophets went above God's word to not add scripture, so prophets are by nature a possibility. And wasn't Chad saying that he was a prophet? Wasn't that like in the mix somewhere? Okay, I thought I had heard something about him, like him and Lori talking about him being a prophet or something like that. I don't know. They used to come to my house too, and we put a stop to it. I don't like people just pulling up to my house unannounced. Wait, where is... Let me get this pulled out of the... Okay, so they put a church within a block of every high school here in Vegas. Oh, wow. Okay, so he said he was a prophet and all kinds of crazy. I remember something about the prophet. I don't remember exactly what was said about it. I just remember them saying that he was one. And there was a name that he called himself. And I remember the phone call. So whenever Chad had a hearing back in 2021, and they had different people that was coming in and testifying, and they were entering evidence and all this and that. And Melanie Gibb was on the stand, and there was a phone call between her and Lori and Chad, and it was recorded. And they were talking about, "Hey, P Fox, how are you?" And they were talking about like all these different people and these different names and all this and that. Churches are called wards for info. Temples are different. Now, see, but they were talking about some temples too. Because Brandon, in his testimony on the first day, he was talking about that Melanie, to begin with, when him and her got together, she wasn't really into church, and he kind of like had to beg her to go to church. But she wanted to be so much like Lori. And Lori was really big into church. So Melanie started getting into church, and like every single day she had to go to the temple. I studied with the Mormons when I was young. The one young man was a descendant of Joseph Smith. I mean, there was kids that I went to church with. There was a brother, or to school with. There was a brother and sister that were Mormon. They didn't act like what Lori and Chad acted like, though. Okay, so, but the temples are not everywhere as wards are. That's why more LDS people congregate to certain areas with temples. Okay. Hey, Steph, how are you? I remember I'm talking about the temple. So is the temples just in Utah, Idaho area, Ava, or do you know? All right, and I'm gonna get this pulled up real quick too. And this is another thing where they're talking about goes into a little bit more detail about the judge denying Lori Vallow's request today to leave the court. Temples are everywhere, so just in Utah. Well, there's got to be some though. Don't in there in Hey Joe, how are you? In Idaho, huh? Okay, near me in California, we have one about every 150 miles or so. Okay. Like I said, I went to school with some that were a brother and sister that were Mormon. They acted nothing like what Lori and Chad acted like. So whenever I started hearing about this case, I was like, this is like, there's got to be something more to it because of the way that they're acting based off of what these kids acted whenever I went to school. The kids that I went to school with acted normal. You know, they didn't, there wasn't none of this craziness. Chad could see through the portal. Crime Crazy, that's what I was telling him. He had a portal in his room, in his closet, and he claimed that he can go to these different, through his portal to these different realms and different places and could talk to different people and all that. So tons of LDS, Nevada, Arizona. So that's where, uh, in Arizona, that's where Brandon Boudreaux is from. That's where him and Melanie was living at when all this stuff got started. LDS are normal. They're very strong on family values. Yeah, like I said, the ones I went to school with were normal. Uh, we grew up together. Once started kindergarten together. Just they. It was weird how when this whole Chad Lori thing came out, how that it was completely different from what I've seen here. Okay, so I'm gonna play this real quick. It's the judge denies Lori Vallow's request to be excused from the trial, so it's gonna talk a little bit more about that. Give me 1 second, y'all. Hold on just a second, y'all. I had it to share, and once again, it didn't share my screen. Let me fix this for it. Okay.
There are graphic new details tonight in the Lori Vallow murder trial taking place in Ohio. The lead detective in the case took the stand today and outlined his investigation in its entirety. Vallow is the doomsday cult mom who police say murdered her two youngest children after reportedly believing they were possessed. The Rexburg police detective gave a chilling account of when he first questioned Vallow, her husband Chad Daybell, and her brother Alex, all of whom lied to him and told him the children were safe. He told jurors that after police broke down Vallow's door in Idaho, they tracked her phone to Hawaii, where they then found Vallow and her new husband, Chad Daybell. Months later, the detective said he then helped unearth the children's bodies who were buried on Daybell's Idaho property. The detective gave graphic and disturbing testimony. Reporters inside the courtroom say Lori Vallow showed no emotion until after recess, when she was visibly upset and waived her right to be present for the remainder of the day. The judge denied her request and insisted she stay. Joining us now is former homicide prosecutor Matt Murphy and a criminal defense attorney, Sarah Azari, who is also a News Nation legal contributor. Good to have you both here tonight. Matt, let's start with that move from Lori Vallow to be excused from trial. Very unusual.
Very unusual. And the judge did exactly the right thing. He shot that down immediately and said, essentially, your right to a fair trial is secured by your presence in the courtroom. The prosecution objected to her doing that as well.
Why would she make this move? They had showed the photos already in the morning of the children's bodies being dug up. I mean, she'd already seen the photos, in other words.
If I had to read the tea leaves here, I think that somebody got back to her and said, you're showing no emotion with these horrific photos. And I think she tried to overcompensate by claiming that she couldn't stand to see them in the afternoon. So her absence would be very dramatic, and it would be almost it could have been a tactical ploy by her. And remember, this woman, according to police, is very manipulative.
Sarah, what do you think of that?
Yeah, I mean, I think to Matt's point, Idaho law, surprisingly, we don't have that in California where Matt and I practice, but Idaho law allows a defendant to skip parts of her trial if a specific process is followed. And I think the issue was that she didn't follow that protocol. So obviously it was shot down. And also that emotional breakdown, Elizabeth, it was not in the presence of the jury. So the jury didn't see it. All the jury knows is that she's stoic and stone-faced, especially for a mom who didn't do it. One would expect some more emotion from her, or some emotion from her. To me, it also concerns me about her mental competence, because twice before she's been declared incompetent. So I'm not sure if that's something that's going to become an issue.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation on your television.
Okay, y'all give me just 1 second. I'm trying to get this real quick. Okay, 1 second, y'all. I'm fixing to see if I have it. I don't know if she was snoring in court, but they did say she fell asleep. All right, give me a second. Let me see. So I do have the full audio from today. All right, give me just a second so I can back it up. It's like 3 hours and 50 something minutes. So I'm going to bump the speed up on it just a little bit. And then I'm also going to pull a wall up. Okay. A crime crazy. She went to sleep after she had a what I'm calling a fake meltdown after lunch. All right. I'm gonna get this going real quick. Let me pull my wall up. Okay. Protected, I do too. I wish that, for sure that the cameras were in the courtroom, or at least just pointing at her. I don't even have to see the witnesses. Just pointing at her would be good enough for me. I would love to see her, all of her facial expressions that she has. Okay, thank you, Emerald Queen. So I'm gonna have to leave the wall up while I play it. Do you know anything about the children's grandparents? Brown Bear, the little boy JJ, his biological grandparents have been in every single one of these uh, court hearings. Anytime there's something to do with court, they're there. Okay, Netflix will do a follow up after the trial is over, calling it the America Shit Show. All right, so while this is playing, I'm going to mute out. Y'all hit the thumbs up for me as well. And then I'm going to do basically like I did last night. Every so often, I have to stop it and all that. And make sure you turn your volumes up because I don't know how loud it is or anything like that. All right, y'all. Okay, so whenever I start playing this, just do a thumbs up in the chat to let me know that y'all can all hear it okay.
Okay, we're back on the record this morning on KCR 22-21-1624, State versus Lori Noreen Vallow. This is the time scheduled for continuing jury trial. State's in its case in chief when we broke yesterday. I'll note that the prosecution is here present. The defense and defendant also are in attendance. This proceedings being held here in this courtroom, of course, subject to a conduct order that prohibits the use of any electronic devices from recording or photographing any images or transmitting them from the courtroom. In addition, in the locations where this trial is being simulcast in both Ada and Madison counties, the administrative order also prevents the use of devices for that reason as well. So they're not permitted to be used to record or photograph or transmit any sounds from the trial and the proceedings. So the court appreciates everyone complying with those courtroom orders. The court's also been advised the jurors are all here and have signed their affirmations. And so I understand the state would have another witness to call at this time. Is the state going to be prepared with the next witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, why don't we have the jury brought in then, and then you can call your next witness.
rise, please.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated. All right, as mentioned by the bailiff, the court would note all the jurors are here in attendance, properly seated, and they've also filled out their affirmations for the day. I appreciate you being able to do that and continuing to follow the court's admonition. I'd ask the state at this time to call their next witness.
The state calls Ray Hermosillo.
All right, sir, if you'd come forward and just pause in the middle of the gallery here, I'll have you placed under oath.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
All right. All right. The officer, while you're being questioned, please remember we're keeping a record, so make verbal responses and try to avoid talking at the same time as anyone questioning you. With that in mind, Mr. Wood, you can inquire.
Thank you. Can you state your name and for the record and then tell your last?
Ray Hermosillo, Hermosillo.
Thank you. What is your occupation?
I'm a detective with the Rexburg Police Department.
Is detective your rank?
It is.
Okay. Are you post certified?
I am. I have 22 years in law enforcement and 2,100 hours of training through post, and currently hold an advanced certificate through the Post Academy.
Okay. How long have you been a detective?
Oh, 4 years now.
Okay. And what other responsibilities have you held before you were a detective?
I was a patrolman and a patrol supervisor.
Okay. Have you worked for any law enforcement agency other than the Rexburg Police Department?
No, sir.
Okay. And you may have said this already. I apologize. How long have you been with the Rexburg Police Department?
22 years.
Okay. Have you been in investigation regarding J.J. Vallow, Tylee Ryan, and Tammy Daybell?
I have.
How did you become involved in that investigation?
On November 1st, I was contacted initially by Fremont County. I was advised that there was a Jeep in our jurisdiction that was possibly involved in a attempted homicide. And at that time, I contacted Gilbert Police to inquire what they needed us to do in reference to that.
Okay. And what did you do in response to your conversation with Gilbert Police?
Once I obtained some information from Gilbert, they asked us to seize the Jeep if we had located it. They also asked us to perform intermittent surveillance on the residence. And so at that time, that's exactly what we did. We performed intermittent surveillance until we located the Jeep.
Okay. Can you describe what you saw during your intermittent surveillance?
We had taken some photographs of Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow walking into the residence, but we were unable to locate the Jeep at that time.
When you say residence, where are you referring to?
565 Pioneer, number 175.
Okay. During your surveillance, did you ever see a teenage girl with Lori Vallow?
No, we did not.
During your surveillance, did you ever see a young boy with Lori Vallow?
No, we did not.
Okay. At the time you were doing the surveillance, were you aware of who J.J. Vallow was?
Not at the time during the surveillance, no.
Okay. Were you aware of who Tylee Ryan was?
No.
So is it fair to say at that time you weren't looking for children?
That's correct.
Okay. Detective, when was the first time you heard of J.J. Vallow?
Gilbert Police came down to Rexburg. Let me back up. We were able to seize the Jeep on November 4th from that residence. At that time, Gilbert Police was advised, and they came up to Rexburg on November 18th, 2019. At that time, they came up to serve a warrant on the infotainment center inside of that Jeep for GPS locations, things like that. When they came up, that's the first time we heard of Tylee Ryan or JJ Vallow. So November 18th, 2019.
Okay. And at that time, were you told that they were missing?
We weren't told they were missing. We were told that their grandmother, Kay Woodcock, was concerned that she hadn't spoken with JJ for a while. And they just asked us to keep an eye out at the residence. They said they were going to do some checking down in Arizona to see if JJ was possibly with friends down there. And if they needed us further, they would get with us at a later date.
Okay. Did they get with you at a later date?
They did.
When was that?
November 25th, 2019, I received a call from Detective Ryan Pillar. Ryan advised that they were unable to locate JJ in Arizona and that he was in contact with JJ's grandma and she wanted a welfare check. So at that point, we told Detective Pillar we would do a welfare check the next morning.
Okay. And you said that was November 25th, correct?
Correct.
So what did you do in response to that request from Detective Pillar?
The next morning, November 26th, 2019, myself and Detective Dave Hope went to 565 Pioneer, 175, which was Lori Vallow's residence. As we pulled up behind the residence, there's a garage area on the west side. Outside the garage area, we had located Alex Cox and Chad Daybell, who were unloading a pickup truck.
Okay. Did you speak with Alex Cox or Chad Daybell that day?
We did.
How did that conversation go?
I walked up to Alex and I asked Alex if Lori was home. He told me she wasn't home. I then asked Alex if he knew where JJ was at. We were there to do a welfare check on JJ. At that point, Alex got a blank look on his face, kind of a frightened look, looked over at Chad Daybell, who was on the other side of the pickup truck. Chad then looked at Alex, and they both kind of just looked at each other and didn't answer my question initially.
Okay. What did you think about that conduct?
It raised some red flags just based on the way they acted with that question. I then again asked Alex if he knew where JJ was at, and he stated that JJ was with Kay in Louisiana.
What did you think of that response?
I told Alex that wasn't likely because Kay was the one who called in for the welfare check. And then again, they both kind of just looked at each other, which again raised our suspicions.
Did you speak with Chad Daybell at that time?
I personally didn't speak to Chad at that time, no.
Okay. What did you do next?
I asked Alex if there was a way I can get a hold of Lori. He stated she wasn't home. I asked Alex where I could find Lori, and he stated that she was in apartment 107 in the same complex, just a different apartment. That time I asked Alex if he had Lori's phone number, and he stated he didn't have it.
What did you think when he stated he didn't have her phone number?
I assumed he was lying because they were close. And based on our investigation thus far with Gilbert, we knew they were close. So I assumed he was lying to me about the not having his sister's phone number.
Okay. What did you do next?
At that time, myself and Detective Dave Hope went back to apartment 107 in hopes to make contact with Lori. We knocked on the door at 107 and there was no answer.
Okay. So you weren't able to make contact with anyone there?
Correct.
Okay. What happened after that?
Once we weren't able to make contact, Detective Hope began knocking on apartment doors next to 107. I started walking back to my car because I was going to call for more people to come to our location, start knocking on doors. And at that time, when I was walking back to my car, I saw Chad Daybell driving towards me in his black Chevy Equinox. So he had just left 175 and was headed our direction. And at that time, I stopped him in the alleyway.
And did you speak with him?
I did.
What did you ask him?
I asked Chad, when was the last time he saw JJ? And Chad told me it was in October in apartment 107 with Lori Vallow.
Okay. Did you ask him anything else?
I did. I asked him how he knew Lori Vallow, And he stated that he hardly knew her, that he had only met her a couple of times.
Okay. What did you think about that response?
Sustained.
Okay. Was there anything suspicious to you about that response?
There was.
What was that?
We knew that Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell had been married 2 weeks prior to my contact with him.
But he said he hardly knew her.
That's correct.
Did you ask Chad Daybell anything else?
I did. I asked Chad for her phone number, and he stated that he didn't know what it was.
Okay. What happened after that?
While I was speaking with Chad Daybell, Detective Hope saw me talking with him, stopped knocking on doors, and started back to where I was talking with him. As Detective Hope showed up, I again asked Chad Daybell for Lori's phone number because I didn't believe that he did not know it. And at that time, he finally gave me Lori's phone number.
Did he give you a reason why he hadn't given it originally?
He said that he felt like I was accusing him of something, and that's why he didn't give it to me.
Okay. What did you do at this point in your investigation?
I broke contact with Mr. Daybell. He was able to drive off. And at that point, I called Lieutenant Ron Ball, and I told him that there was something going on with the whereabouts of JJ. Based on the deception, the way they looked at each other, their non-evasive answers, the lies, I felt there was something more going on. So I called Lieutenant Ball and had him grab a few detectives and come over to our location so we can figure out what was going on.
Okay. And did Lieutenant Ball show up?
He did.
What did you do after that?
He showed up with Detective Dave Stubbs, and at that time we went and knocked on apartment 175, which is Lori Vallow's residence.
Okay. Did anyone answer?
No, they didn't.
What did you do next?
We knocked on apartment 174 because through our investigation, we knew that her niece, Melanie Boudreau, lived right next to her, and we didn't get an answer there either.
Okay. What did you do after that?
At that time, Lieutenant Ball instructed me to go to the prosecutor's office to obtain a search warrant for those residents while they stayed on scene to try to get a hold of Lori, Alex, or even Melanie Boudreau.
Why did you feel the need to get a warrant?
At that time, we felt that there was something more going on with the whereabouts of JJ, and we weren't getting any cooperation from Chad Daybell or Alex Cox at that time.
Okay. Did you get a warrant that day?
We did not.
How come?
On our way to the prosecutor's office, Detective Hope, with the phone number that Chad provided, called Lori, left her a message. She didn't answer her phone. And once we were at the prosecutor's office, Lori Vallow then returned the phone call from Detective Hope. And Detective Hope spoke with her on the phone.
Okay. Do you know what happened after that?
He was able to convince Lori to open the door. She stated she was home, and there were detectives outside that wanted to speak with her.
Are you aware if Detective Ball and Stubbs spoke with Lori Vallow that day?
They did.
Do you know if they had a body cam recording that conversation?
They did.
Have you seen that body cam?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Based on your collective investigation, what did you learn?
I learned that Lori Vallow had told Detective Hope. Correction.
Objection, Your Honor. He's going to go into hearsay evidence, saying what
Well, I
Detective
think
Hope
there
told
needs
her.
to be some additional foundation in what is going on. I didn't see a hearsay coming, but it seemed like a foundation issue to me.
Okay. So, Detective Firmacio, I asked if you were aware if there was a body cam recording of that conversation.
There was.
And did you watch that body cam?
I did.
Did you speak with Detective Ball and Stubbs about their encounter with Lori Vallow?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Is that a normal part of an investigation, to meet with other officers who are working the case?
Absolutely.
Okay. And is that something you regularly do in the course of an investigation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Based on your conversation and the video, what did you learn?
Lori Vallow told the detectives.
Objection, Your Honor. This is hearsay. Because he's learning it from, well, I guess I'm not going to do a speaking objection, but if we want to do a sidebar.
I'm going to overrule that at this point. I haven't heard hearsay come out. You can answer the question, officer.
Your Honor, if I could, the court allow me to elaborate a little bit.
If you'd like to, have additional voir dire on your objection, you can do that.
Okay. Well, I don't have any additional voir dire. Okay. Detective Hermosillo, are you basing your testimony on what you saw somebody else converse with the other detectives or the other officers?
I'm basing my testimony off what I saw on the video.
Okay. Judge, it's hearsay. It's somebody else speaking, and he's speaking for that person.
We have a brief sidebar with counsel. All right, the court had under advisement an objection made by the defense that the question was eliciting an improper hearsay response. I am going to sustain that objection, so I'd ask you to ask a different question this time, Mr. Wood.
Thank you. So, Detective Hermosillo, you did testify that you did watch body cam.
That's correct.
Okay. Based on what you saw, what next steps did you take in your investigation?
I contacted Detective Pillar with the Gilbert Police Department because we were unable to locate or substantiate where JJ was at that time. It was late evening and we still hadn't heard where JJ was at that time. At that time, I had Detective Ryan Pillar get a hold of Melanie Gibb to see if JJ was with Melanie Gibb, and he was not with Melanie Gibb.
So you were not that evening able to substantiate the location of JJ Vallow.
That's correct.
Okay. What did you do? What was the next step in your investigation?
Next step was the next morning, November 27th, 2019. We met at the prosecutor's office and obtained a search warrant for apartment 175, 174, and 107.
And what was the address of those locations again?
565 Pioneer, Rock Creek Townhomes.
Okay. Were you able to obtain those search warrants?
Yes, we were.
And did you search those apartments?
We did.
Okay. Can you walk us through that? Which apartment did you search first?
We started with 175 first, which was Lori Vallow's apartment. When we initially went into apartment 175, they had to break down the front door, which was included in the search warrant. We went into apartment 175. There were couches, dishes in the sink, food in the pantry, food in the refrigerator. Upstairs, there were beds, toiletries, everything that looked like someone had lived there, except for there were no clothes on the hangers. There were just empty hangers in all the closets. And so that caught our attention as well.
Were any people in there when you entered?
There was nobody in apartment 175, 174, and 107 was completely vacant.
Okay. So you didn't locate JJ in apartment 175?
No.
Okay. Did you find any evidence that JJ had been there?
Yes, there were some toys on the front step. Appeared to be little boy scooters, toys. There was a little boy suitcase under the stairwell in apartment 175. There was also an older prescription prescribed to JJ Vallow of Risperidone that we located. But aside from that, there was nothing else.
Okay. Was there anything else of interest that you found in 175?
There were several guns in the garage of 175, several different Army type knives.
Objection, relevance, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Several different empty magazines for various weapons. So there were things of that nature in the garage that caught our eye.
Okay. Did you search any other buildings that was in apartment 175, correct?
Correct.
And then you searched apartment 174?
Correct.
And who did apartment 174 belong to?
Melanie Boudreau, who is Lori's niece.
And did you find JJ there?
No,
Were any individuals present when you searched that apartment?
there was not.
Okay. And you may have already stated this, I'm sorry. Did you search apartment 107?
We did.
What did you find in apartment 107?
It was completely vacant.
Okay. Did you search any other buildings that day?
We did. In apartment 175 in the master bedroom, there was a rental agreement for a storage unit in Rexburg. And on that rental agreement had Lori Ryan as the tenant of the storage unit, with the storage unit number being C52. It gave the address, self-storage on Airport Road in Rexburg. So based on that information, we were able to obtain another search warrant for the storage unit.
Okay, and what did you find there?
In the storage unit, there were some children's bikes, some winter clothing. There was a personalized blanket with photographs of JJ and Tylee, Colby Ryan, the defendant, Miss Vallow, just family photographs that they kind of had sewn onto a blanket.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to ask that the witness be handed what's been marked as State's Exhibit 7A through 7K. The court has a copy. The court has a copy already.
Give the originals. I will switch you. I think I have the originals and those are copies, I'm told by the clerks.
Detective, can you take a minute and look through what's been marked as 7A through 7K and let me know when you're finished?
Okay.
Okay. Are you familiar with State's Exhibit 7A through K?
Yes, I am.
What do those exhibits purport to be?
Photographs of the exterior and interior of apartment 175.
Okay. Were you there when those photos were taken?
I was.
Are those photos true and accurate representations of what you witnessed on the outside and inside of that apartment that day?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, the state would move for the admission of State's Exhibit 7A through K into evidence.
Any objection?
May I have one hearing aid?
You may.
So Detective Hermosillo, you indicate that these photographs were taken during a search warrant?
That's correct.
Okay. And that search warrant was obtained on what date?
November 27th, 2019.
Okay. And that was, what were you looking for?
JJ Vallow.
Okay. And you believe that a crime was committed and that's why you busted down the door?
Objection relevance.
We're outside of the scope of the foundation. If there's an objection for these photographs, how does it relate, Mr. Thomas?
I'm going to object to photograph number 7J, as I believe it's inflammatory and doesn't have any, not within the scope of what they were looking for. Other than that, I won't object to any of the others.
Okay, court's reviewed the photograph of 7J. Officer, were those items there when the warrant was served?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, the objections overruled and the photographs 7A through 7K are all admitted into evidence at this time.
Can you describe what's in State's Exhibit 7A?
That is the front door of apartment 175, facing westbound.
Okay. And is that the apartment, to your knowledge and investigation, that Lori Vallow was living in?
That's correct.
Okay. And is that the door you knocked on that morning?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I apologize. I didn't ask if I could publish these to the jury.
Okay, they can be published. They're admitted.
Detective, can you describe what's in State's Exhibit 7B?
That is the front room of apartment 175, standing at the front door entry, looking towards the living room and the dining area.
Can you describe what's in State's Exhibit 7C?
That's also the front room, standing in the dining area, looking towards the front door and the stairwell going upstairs.
Can you describe what's in State's Exhibit 7D?
So the photograph just before, there's a white little door.
If you'll give us just a moment, Council, we're going to dim the lights a little bit. So
Thank
that they
you.
can be seen there. Thank you.
Can you put the previous photograph back on? Perfect. So just below the TV on the stairwell, there's a white little door that is a crawl space that goes under the stairs. The next photograph with the Star Wars suitcase, that's where we located the Star Wars suitcase. There was also 3 or 4 or 5 preparedness bags with emergency kits under the stairwell, and that's what the black and green bag is there next to the Star Wars suitcase.
When you say a preparedness bag, what was in it?
Oh, there was water, flares. I believe there were MRE food, just like a 72-hour kit is the best way to describe it.
Okay. Can you describe State's Exhibit 7E?
That is a photograph standing at the top of the stairwell, looking down towards the bottom floor.
State's Exhibit 7F.
This is a photograph of the master bedroom. The doorway to the right leads down the hallway to 2 separate bedrooms. The doorway to the left is the doorway into the master bathroom and towards the closet area.
Detective, I'm going to skip ahead to State's Exhibit 7H. Can you describe that? What you observed there?
This is the master bedroom closet. This is what caught our attention. All the blank, empty hangers hanging in the closet. There are no clothes. There's a towel hanging on the back door, but there are no clothes. Normally, when people go on trips and plan to come home, they don't take all their belongings out of their closet. There's still some items that usually remain. And this caught our attention because there was nothing in that closet other than empty hangers.
Can you describe what's in State's Exhibit 7I and where that was located?
This was a bedroom off the hallway to the north side. There were some of Alex Cox's belongings found in this bedroom.
Okay. How did you know they were Alex Cox's?
It had his name on some of the items in a plastic tub in the closet.
Okay. Can you describe what's in State's Exhibit 7J?
That is also in Alex Cox's room. There was a couple Tyvek suits that were also in the closet. There's the plastic tub that I just described earlier that had some of Alex's belongings inside that tub in the closet.
Okay. Detective, can you describe what's been marked as State's Exhibit 7G? That's
the rental element we located in Lori Vallow's master bedroom on the printer. It has Lori Vallow, Lori Ryan on the left side is the tenant or the owner of that storage. It also gives a phone number.
What is that phone number?
I can't see it from.
Is there a way to zoom in on this?
Hand the exhibit to the witness if he can.
That's not very clear. Can you hand it?
Thank you, sir. You want the phone number?
Yes. What is that phone number?
480-692-9562. Yes, ma'am.
And you stated that the contract was with Lori Ryan.
That's correct.
Through your investigation, are you aware if Lori Vallow's name was ever Lori Ryan?
Yes, it was.
How do you know that?
Through our investigation, we learned she was married to Joe Ryan.
And was that before she was married to Charles Vallow?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. One moment, Your Honor. Your Honor, I'm going to ask that the witness be handed what's been marked as State's Exhibit 8A through Q.
Again, I believe I have the originals here from the clerk, so sorry to confuse, but we'll swap those copies.
Your Honor, that the originals, I realize there's a sticker on both, but the originals were the ones handed to the detective, and that's the court's copy that the court has.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that, Mr. Wood. Then.
Detective, can you look through State's Exhibit A through Q and let me know when you're done?
Good.
Are you familiar with State's Exhibit A through Q?
Yes, I am.
What do those exhibits purport to be?
These are items that were found in the garage of apartment 175.
Okay, are they photographs of those items?
They are photographs.
And is this the same garage that you testified to searching earlier?
Yes, it is.
In Exhibits 8A through Q, are those true and accurate representations of what you witnessed in that garage that day?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, I'd ask the State's Exhibits A through Q be entered into evidence.
Any objection?
If I may, voir dire, Judge.
You may.
Thank you. Exhibit A, is that how these photographs are staged, so to speak? I mean, this is not how you found the garage, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so were you involved in, and that's A through D are the ones that are in the garage, right?
All of them are in the garage except for 8E and 8F. Everything else was photographed inside the garage.
Okay. So E and F were not in the garage, correct?
That photograph of 8E,
Yes. Was not taken in the garage.
that's correct.
And 8F was not taken in the garage.
That's correct.
Okay. And as I indicated earlier, these photographs were staged. They weren't just, this is not how you found stuff, right?
No, they were in tubs and bags, and we emptied those tubs and bags out to get a better photograph of what was inside of them.
Okay. I have no objection to the admission of these photographs.
Okay. Exhibits A 8, A through Q are all admitted and they can be published.
Thank you. Detective, can you describe what you found in State's Exhibit 8A?
Again, this is the garage of 175. There were some tubs you can see in the background, the black tub and the plastic tub that contain these items. They were taken out of the tubs and laid out. What this photograph of is a picture of a ghillie suit. Several.
I'm going to stop you. Can you describe what a ghillie suit is?
A ghillie suit is something that you wear if you want to camouflage yourself. If you're laying out in a field, you put that over the top of you to blend in with the brush or whatever the environment is.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Wood, could we get a spelling on that for the record? If the detective knows.
I don't.
Okay.
Your Honor, I believe it'sGhilli, but I could be incorrect.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Detective.
Several different magazines used to hold ammunition, different caliber of guns. There's also 2 suppressors or silencers that you use to put on the end of a gun to keep it quiet when it's fired. So that's what is laid out on the ground there.
Okay, thank you. Can you describe what was found in State's Exhibit 8B?
There were a couple black trash bags you can see in the photograph. They were full of clothing, some miscellaneous papers inside the bags. So we emptied the bags out and laid out the clothing on the garage floor and took a photograph of it.
Can you describe what you found in 8C?
This was also in a tub, several rounds of ammunition, different caliber of weapons, just a lot of ammunition in that specific tub.
Okay. Can you describe 8D, what you found in 8D?
8D was a rifle that we had found on the garage floor or in the garage. The thing that caught our eye with the rifle was the end of the rifle is threaded for a silencer or a suppressor. So that was also photographed.
And this may seem like a silly question, but when you say the end of the rifle, what portion of the rifle are you talking about?
The barrel.
Okay. What were you observing in State's Exhibit 8E?
So the black rifle was the same one from the previous photograph, just laid down at the police department on a table. There was also another rifle inside of that bag, and that's the rifle you see above the black rifle.
Okay. In State's Exhibit 8F.
That was the other rifle inside of that bag.
Can you describe what you see in State's Exhibit 8G, or what you observed?
Those were the 2 silencers or suppressors that we had located inside the garage.
Okay. What did you observe in State's Exhibit 8H?
Those were knives that were also located in the vicinity of the rifles as well.
Okay. State's Exhibit 8I.
That was also a handgun located inside the garage, in a tub just off to the right of where it's sitting.
What did you observe in State's Exhibit 8J?
That was a Halloween mask, it looks like. That was kind of on top of a plastic Walmart bag that's in the next photo.
What did you observe in State's Exhibit 8K?
So the Halloween mask was on top of this bag, and it had rope and duct tape inside that bag.
What did you observe in States Exhibit 8L?
That is Alex Cox's passport that was located inside the garage.
Okay. Was that passport still active to your knowledge?
It was.
What did you observe in States Exhibit 8M?
So these were documents that we had located amongst the defendant Vallow's belongings, or what we assumed were her belongings inside the garage.
Were any of those documents an email?
They were emailed from in the upper left corner. Excuse me. Emailed from Chad Daybell.
Okay. Eight N. What did you observe?
Those are some more of the documents from Chad Daybell.
Is it fair to say that these documents were laid out and then pictures taken, subsequent pictures taken in a row?
Correct. They weren't found that way. Yeah.
States Exhibit 8O.
More of the same document.
Okay, thank you. What did you find on States Exhibit 8P?
Those books were with the documents in the garage that were appeared to be written by Chad Daybell.
And finally, States Exhibit 8Q.
That was a cell phone that was also located in the garage.
Thank you. Eight P. Like that. You testified of the search of this apartment and the garage. What was the next step in your investigation?
The next step, we contacted the FBI. We were just trying to get a hold of the defendant, Vallow, and Chad. We were trying to locate the children. In speaking with family members, we spoke with Colby Ryan, who was Lori's son. And at that time, he also stated that he hadn't spoken with his sister for a while. And so our search of JJ also started to encompass Tylee Ryan as well.
Did you ever try to contact Chad Daybell or Lori Vallow?
We did several times, but their phones were shut off.
Okay. At this time, were you aware of their location?
Not at that time, no.
Okay. And just to clarify, I'm speaking in the period shortly after the November search of the home.
Yes, at that time, we didn't know where they were at.
Okay. Did you reach out to anyone else? Let me rephrase that. Did you contact family and friends?
Yeah, we contacted Colby Ryan, contacted Lori's niece, Melanie Boudreau. We were contacting anybody that would listen to us or take our calls, trying to find the whereabouts of the kids.
Okay. During this time, did Lori Vallow ever call the Rexburg police to report missing children?
No, she didn't.
Okay. Detective, if I say NCMEC, do you know what that means?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
It's an acronym for National Center for Missing and Exploited Children.
Did you contact them?
We did. December 11th, we contacted NCMEC and entered JJ Vallow and Tylee Ryan as missing and endangered children.
Okay. Did you ever alert the public that there was a search for JJ Vallow and Tylee Ryan?
Yes.
When was that?
That was December 20th, 2019. The police department gave a press release and tried to get those names out in public to assist us in any way we can, in any way they could. We also set up a tip hotline through NCMEC, through the FBI, and the Rexburg Police Department. So people with any tips or possible sightings of Tylee or JJ could call in, give us some information. We would have officers or detectives follow up on each tip that came in.
Okay. The location of JJ Vallow or Tylee Ryan?
No, they did not.
Your Honor, if we could have a brief sidebar.
Yes.
May I continue?
You may.
Detective, are you aware, excuse me, if there was ever a child protection action filed regarding JJ Vallow and Tylee Ryan?
Yes, there was.
What county was that filed in?
Because we're going to object based on 404B. We previously objected on this, and I know the court's ruled on that, but we just like that put on record.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Thomas. This does delve into some 404B issues, which were previously determined by the court in a ruling that was stated on the record on February 22nd, 2023. And for the reasons I would incorporate into that finding today, also incorporating the findings in that record, I'll overrule the objection and you can continue this line of questioning, Mr. Wood.
Thank you. Were you in, what county was that filed in?
Madison, I believe.
Okay. Were you involved?
Yes, I was.
How so?
I was the one who wrote the affidavit.
Okay. Are you aware if Lori Vallow was ever ordered to produce her children to the Rexburg police?
Yes, she was.
Okay. Are you aware if she ever produced her children to the Rexburg police?
She did not.
Okay. Detective, through your investigation, were you ever able to locate the whereabouts of Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell?
Yes, we were.
How did you do that?
Through cell phone data, tips coming in through the hotline that we had set up. We were able to determine that they were in Kauai.
Okay. Kauai isn't the island of Hawaii.
Correct.
Okay. Or one of the islands in Hawaii. Did you go to Kauai?
I did.
Why did you go there?
We went there to assist the Kauai Police Department with the service of that court order.
Okay. And do you know if she was served with that order?
She was.
Do you know what date?
She was served on January 25th, 2020.
Okay. Did you do anything else while you were there?
We did. We also assisted Kauai Police Department with the search warrant of Chad Daybell, Lori Vallow's rental vehicle, as well as their condo they were renting in Princeville.
Okay. And to clarify, did you perform those searches?
No, I did not.
Who performed those searches?
Kauai Police Department.
Okay. Were you present when their condominium was searched?
I was, yes.
Okay. And did you go in after the search was performed?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you find JJ Vallow in that condominium?
No, sir.
Did you find Tylee Ryan?
No.
What did you observe in that condominium?
Normal furniture, clothes, beds. Just appeared that two adult people were living there.
Okay. And did you find any children's toys?
No.
Did you observe any children's medication?
No.
Did you observe any children's clothes?
No.
Any teenage girl clothes?
Nope.
Okay. Did you see anything that would indicate that minor children had lived there?
No.
Or, excuse me, had been living there?
No.
Okay. You stated that the rental car that Chad and Lori Daybell were using was searched as well.
That's correct.
Did you observe that search?
I did.
Okay. Did you aid in that search?
No, sir.
Okay, you just observed it.
Correct.
Detective, I'm going to talk to you about the concept of proof of life. If I use the words proof of life, what does that mean?
Any documentation that would be able to confirm if somebody was still alive.
Okay. Did you ever, pursuant to your investigation, find a proof of, well, let me rephrase that. Pursuant to your investigation, what was the last date you are aware of proof of life for Tylee Ryan?
September 8th, 2019.
What was that proof of life?
It was a photograph taken in West Yellowstone.
Okay. And were you able to identify who Tylee Ryan was in that photograph?
Yes.
Okay. Pursuant to your investigation, what was the last date you were aware of proof of life for JJ Vallow?
September 22nd, 2019.
Okay. What was that proof of life?
It was a photograph taken of JJ, excuse me, sitting on a couch.
Okay.
In defendant Vallow's front room.
All right. Your Honor, may I suggest this would be a good time for the mid-morning break?
That's fine. We can go ahead and take our mid-morning break then. We will go for about 15 to 20 minutes, and then we will resume again until the lunch break. I would remind the people in attendance here, please take your personal effects with you and don't leave any bags or other items on the tables when you go. So we'll be in recess.
All right.
Okay, we will go back on the record on case CR 22-21-1624, State of Idaho versus Lori Noreen Vallow. Just finished our mid-morning break. We'll have the jurors return and you can continue your direct examination, Mr. Wood, of this witness.
All right, please.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. Okay, I'll remind the witness you're still under oath, and Mr. Wood, you can continue your direct examination.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'm going to ask that the witness be handed what's been marked as State's Exhibit A through D.
Is there a number corresponding?
I apologize. State's Exhibit 9A through 9D.
Thank you.
Detective, can you look over those and let me know when you've had a chance to review them?
Okay.
Do you recognize States Exhibit 9A through D?
Yes, I do.
What does that exhibit purport to be?
This is the 2018 Jeep Wrangler that I seized on November 4th, 2019.
Okay. And are those images true and accurate representations of what you witnessed with that Jeep?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd ask that States Exhibit 9A through D be entered into evidence.
Any objection? You may.
Thank you. These photographs, were they taken at a police station or somewhere, or were these taken at, where were they taken?
We were taken in our impound bay at the police department.
Okay. And the red evidence tape that was put on at the police station when you got there?
That's correct.
How did it get to the police station?
It was towed.
Towed? Okay. And where was it taken from?
565 Pioneer, just outside of the garage of 175.
Okay. Thank you. No objection, Judge.
All right, thank you, Mr. Thomas. So exhibits 9A through D are all admitted to evidence and may be published.
Thank you. Detective, you testified about this Jeep earlier, so I realize we're going back a little bit. Can you describe what's shown in States Exhibit 9A?
That is a photograph of the Jeep that I had seized, like I said earlier, from it's a view of the passenger side of the Jeep.
Okay. 9B.
That's the rear view of the Jeep with Texas plates that we were told about by Gilbert.
Okay. States Exhibit 9C.
That's a photograph of the inside of the Jeep taken from the driver's door.
And 9E.
It's also a photograph of the inside of the Jeep from the passenger side.
I'd ask that the witness be shown States Exhibits 8N and 8. Sorry, I'm not speaking into the microphone. I'd ask that the witness be shown States Exhibits 8M and 8N again.
All right, we'll have the bailiff deliver those to the witness.
Detective, you testified earlier about these documents that they were found in the garage of apartment 175, correct?
That's correct.
And that one of those at least one of those documents is an email?
That's correct.
I asked you earlier who the email was from. Can you read the email address that that document is sent from?
Judge, I would object here. I would ask the court to take the exhibit as it is, and the best evidence is the exhibit itself, not what can be read or what can't be read. In honesty, I can't read it, and I don't know. I just don't think it's appropriate to have him read.
Okay, I don't understand the objection. There's a photograph that's been admitted, as I understand, through prior offering, and it's in evidence. So to the extent the witness wants to address what's on the photograph, it's permitted. I don't know how hard it is to read or not. I don't have it in front of me.
To me, it looks like chadddaybell@gmail.com.
Okay, thank you. Detective, we had talked about before the break proof of life, and you spoke about some photos. Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be handed States Exhibit 29A and States Exhibits 13 and 14. Detective, before I ask any questions about that, I'm going to ask a few questions. Are you familiar with an iCloud account, Lori for Style at iCloud.com?
Yes, I am.
Is this an account that you have reviewed in the course of your investigation?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Detective, can you look at Exhibit 29A? What does that document purport to be?
It's a business certification record of the custodian of records of an Apple account.
Okay. Does it list the Apple account on that document?
Yes, sir, it does.
Okay. Does it state anywhere on that document if the record was made at or near the time or from information transmitted by someone with knowledge of that document?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does it state anywhere if that document, if those documents were kept in the regular course of the business?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Does it state that making those records was a regular practice of that business or of that activity?
Yes.
Okay. Is this document signed under penalty of perjury?
Yes, it is.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd ask that State's Exhibit 29A and the accompanying records be allowed into evidence.
All right, 29A is an exhibit. When you say the accompanying records, are you talking about Exhibit 14?
13 and 14, Your Honor,
Okay.
which I can lay further foundation for.
Well, let's start there with Exhibit 29A. Is there any objection to Exhibit 29A being introduced?
There is, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
May I have audio or native objection?
You may.
Whose signature is on the document there?
Catherine Calvert,
Is it an actual signature or is it a e-signature?
an e-signature.
Okay, so it's not her actual signature.
Doesn't appear to be. No,
Okay. Have you talked to Catherine Calvert?
I have not. No.
In the course of your investigation, did you have an opportunity to contact anyone at Apple?
I've spoken with people at Apple throughout the course of the investigation. Yes.
Who?
Off the top of my head, I don't have a name. Not in reference to Catherine Calvert, though.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask for a sidebar.
All right. All right, thank you, Mr. Wood. Upon discussing with counsel at sidebar, let me ask from the defense, is there any objection at this point to the admissions of Exhibit 29A and States 13 and 14?
I don't have a copy of 13 and 14, but 29A is the business record. Is that right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't have an objection to that.
Okay, we'll start there then. Exhibit 29A is admitted into evidence, and you can continue your inquiry, Mr. Wood.
Thank you. Detective Hermosillo, through the course of your investigation, have you reviewed the iCloud account, Lori for Style at iCloud.com?
Yes, I have.
From reviewing that account, are you able to tell who it belongs to?
Yes.
Who did it belong to?
Lori Vallow,
How did you know that?
based on the records on the account
Okay.
and the photographs and everything attached to it.
Okay. Detective, can you look at State's Exhibit, I believe it was 13 and 14? Do you recognize those documents?
I do.
What do they purport to be?
Photographs of JJ, Tylee, and Alex in Yellowstone. Also a photograph of JJ sitting on a couch in red pajamas.
Okay. And did you observe those photographs in that iCloud account?
Yes, I did.
And are those true and accurate representations of the photographs found in the iCloud account, in the Lori for Style iCloud account?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, I'd move for admission of State's Exhibits 13 and 14.
I'll take them up one at a time. On Exhibit 13, is there any objection?
13 is which one? The Yellowstone photo?
Yes.
No objection.
Exhibit 13 is admitted. Exhibit 14 is a photo of a child on a couch.
No objection.
All right, Exhibit 14 is also admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I publish those to the jury?
Yes. Mr. Thomas, you were able to see these courtesy copies before we published them, correct?
Prior to publication, yes.
Okay, thank you. You can publish them, Mr. Wood, if you'd like.
Detective, what do you observe in State's Exhibit 13?
It's the photograph of JJ, Tylee, and Alex in Yellowstone.
How do you know that's Yellowstone?
I've been there before. I recognize it.
Okay. Detective, was there metadata associated with that photo?
There was.
Did it have a date?
September 8th, 2019.
Is that the same photo you referred to earlier when we were discussing proof of life?
That's correct.
Detective, what do you observe in State's Exhibit 14?
The picture of JJ Vallow in red pajamas on the couch.
Okay. Is that the same picture we were speaking about earlier when we spoke about proof of life?
Yes, sir.
Does that picture have metadata with it?
It does.
What was the date on that picture?
September 22nd, 2019.
Thank you. And perhaps I should have asked, what is metadata?
It's just information associated with the picture, date, time, things like that.
So, Detective, at this point, we've spoken about your search for JJ and Tylee. Did any part of your investigation include working with Fremont County?
It did.
Did any part of your investigation involve Tammy Daybell?
It did.
Okay. As part of your investigation, did you learn that Tammy Daybell had died?
Yes, I did.
Do you know when she died?
October 19th, 2019.
Okay. And did you learn of any other incident regarding Tammy?
Yes.
What was that?
That she was possibly shot at on October 9th, 2019, outside of their residence.
Okay. Detective, as part of your investigation, did you help execute a search warrant on the Daybell residence?
Yes, I did.
When was that?
June 9th, 2020.
What is the address of that residence?
202 North, 1900 East, Fremont County.
Okay. Now, just for clarification, what city is that listed in?
It's listed in Rexburg.
Okay.
But it's in Fremont County.
Okay, because Rexburg is normally in Madison County.
Correct.
Correct. Okay. As you executed that search warrant on June 9th, what was the first thing you did?
On June 9th, we got to Chad Daybell's residence at approximately 7 in the morning. We went and made contact, knocked on the front door. Chad Daybell's son, Mark Daybell, answered the door. He had a bowl of cereal in his hand. He was eating cereal. It was early in the morning. And we informed Mark why we were there and that we needed to speak with Chad Daybell.
Okay. Then what happened?
Mark told us that his dad, Chad, was still asleep and directed us to Chad's room, which is like a loft room that was above the garage area. So we walked us through the house and to the stairwell of Chad's room.
Okay. And what did you observe then?
We walked up the stairwell, announced ourselves. Chad was still asleep in bed as we came around the little half wall. Chad sat up. We told Chad why we were there, that we had a search warrant to search the property and the residence. He asked if he can get dressed and get some clothes on. We allowed him to do that. And then he walked back down the stairs with us into the kitchen area.
Okay. What happened then?
Chad asked to contact his attorney, and at that time it was Mark Means. Chad was allowed to contact his attorney. He spoke on the phone with his attorney in the kitchen area. His attorney asked to speak with one of our detectives, but was referred to speak with the prosecutor at that time.
Okay. What happened after that?
After that, we went into the front room where Chad was given a copy of the search warrant. He sat in the recliner closest to the door. He reviewed the search warrant. His children at that time were sitting on the couch across from him. He asked if he needed to leave or his children needed to leave. And we explained to them they didn't need to leave. They were free to stay, but if they stayed, they would be accompanied by an officer for safety reasons. At that point, his children stated they were going to go, and Chad stated he didn't know whether he was going to go or not, but asked to go make a phone call out in his vehicle that was parked in the driveway.
Okay. What did you do then?
At that time, the children were allowed to leave. We walked outside in the front yard area. Chad got into the driver's seat of a vehicle that was backed into the driveway. He was on the phone talking. In the meantime, there were the FBI ERT team, the evidence recovery team, arrived on scene along with other detectives now that the scene was safe to arrive. And they began marking off different areas in the backyard, just setting up for the search warrant and what we needed to do that day.
Who aided, who was a part of serving that search warrant that day in terms of law enforcement?
The FBI evidence recovery team, Fremont County Sheriff's Office, Rexburg Police Department, the Idaho Attorney General's Office. I believe that was it.
And did you assist in the actual search that day?
Yes, I did.
Okay. You spoke about Mr. Daybell or Chad Daybell sitting in a vehicle in his driveway, correct?
Correct.
Did you observe him? Were you able to observe his behavior during that time?
I was. Mr. Daybell was sitting in the driver's side facing west. He was on the phone. And while he was on the phone, he had the phone in his right hand. He was intently looking over his right shoulder. He would talk for a second, look back over his right shoulder, watching what was going on behind him to his left, to his right, excuse me. So we positioned ourselves to see exactly what Mr. Daybell was concerned or looking at. And when we positioned ourselves that way, we could see Mr. Daybell.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. This is information that's calling for speculation. He's speculating about what Mr. Daybell was seeing at the time.
Your Honor, I can ask some more questions.
All right, the objection is sustained, but nothing to strike on the response yet. If you'll ask another question, Mr. Wood.
At any time, did you go stand by where Mr. Daybell was sitting?
We did.
Okay. Did you speak with him at all?
We did.
What did you say to him?
I asked Mr. Daybell if he needed a coat, because at that time he was getting out of the vehicle.
Okay. You testified that he had been looking over his shoulder.
Correct.
And that you perceived he was looking in a specific direction.
Correct.
When you went and stood by where Mr. Daybell was, did you look in the direction that it appeared he had been looking in?
I did.
What did you observe when you looked in that direction?
I observed the tree and the pond area on that side of the property.
Okay. After that, what did you do to aid in the search of Chad Daybell's property?
We were given certain tasks by the head of the FBI ERT to do different things. There were multiple people there. So at that point, my original task was to sift through the fire pit that was located on the property.
And what was the purpose of that?
To see if there was anything of evidentiary value in the fire pit.
Okay. You spoke about a pond area. Did you observe any activity by the search team in the pond area that day?
Yes, I did.
When did that start?
Wait, time-wise?
Yes.
Roughly 9 o'clock, maybe.
Okay.
In the morning.
And what did you observe?
While we were sifting through the fire pit, there were a lot of people going towards the pond area underneath the tree. And so we were called over to assist in that location.
One moment. Your Honor, I'm going to ask that the witness be hand States Exhibit 10A, which will be offered as a demonstrative exhibit. Just that for now. Detective Hermosillo, do you recognize States Exhibit 10A?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Did you produce States Exhibit 10A?
I did.
What tool did you use to do that?
Google Earth?
Okay. And do you recognize the property in 10A?
Yes.
Okay. Was the purpose of producing that to aid the jury in understanding the various locations you're talking about today?
That's correct.
Okay. And is that have you been on that specific property?
Yes, sir.
And is that a true and accurate representation of the Daybell property?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I ask that States Exhibit 10A be entered for demonstrative purposes to aid the jury in understanding these locations.
Any objection?
May I aid in an objection, Judge? May I have one here?
Yes.
So you indicate that you are depicting this as a true and accurate depiction of the property. Have you ever done a flyover of this property?
No.
Okay. So you've never seen the aerial view of what this property looks like?
Not the aerial view, no, but I've walked the perimeter of that property several times.
And you looked up
I would imagine I would have looked up at some point.
and you saw the sky?
Probably.
And you don't know what it looks like from the sky, right?
That's correct.
Okay. I'm going to object, Judge. He doesn't have the proper personal, he doesn't have the foundation to be able to say that this is what it is, what it purports to be.
All right, what's the response from the state on the objection?
Your Honor, the detective himself has been on the property multiple times. As he's testified, he was able to produce this just using Google Earth. And it's simply to aid the jury in the location of the items he'll be discussing today. For demonstrative purposes, I think the state, I think he has more than laid adequate foundation for that document to come in.
All right, the objection is overruled. The court does find there's been sufficient foundation laid to introduce this, not for evidentiary purposes, but for demonstrative purposes to assist the jury in reviewing or referring to locations. So for that limited purpose, the exhibit is admitted. States 10A.
Detective, earlier you had talked about the front driveway. Is that, can you see where I'm pointing with my pen?
Objection is leading, Judge.
I'm just
Overruled.
I'm just asking a question. Is this
That's the leading
area,
question. I'm objecting. To the
I
leading.
overruled it, Mr.
Okay.
Thomas.
is this the front driveway you spoke of earlier?
That's correct.
Okay. To your knowledge, is all of the property in this picture Chad Daybell's property?
Yes.
Okay. Is this the home? Can you see where my pen is pointing?
Yes.
Is this the home you went into when you made contact with Mr. Daybell that day?
Yes.
Okay. Is this the pond area that you referred to earlier?
Yes, it is.
And you mentioned a tree by it. Is this that tree?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Detective, you talked about activity going on there. Did you go over to that area?
I did.
Okay, and what did you observe happening there?
Initially, we had located an area of concern because there was longer grass and weeds that were longer than about a 4x2 section where there was shorter grass and just a little bit of dirt showing. So initially, that's what caught our attention in that area.
Okay. What happened there?
The evidence recovery team began doing their thing as far as marking it off and getting it ready to excavate.
Okay. Did you witness that excavation?
I did.
As that excavation took place, what did you observe?
I observed the ERT team remove the top layer of soil in that area. As they began removing the top layer of soil, it began to expose 3 large white rocks. And at that point, there was a strong odor of, through my training experience, that was a decomposing body.
Okay. Is that something you've smelled before?
Unfortunately, yes.
Okay. Did they uncover those rocks?
They did. Under the 3 large rocks, there was 2 pieces of wood paneling, thin wood paneling, under the rocks.
Okay. Were those removed?
They were removed.
Okay. What happened after that? Or what did you observe after that?
Once we removed the wood paneling, you could definitely see a difference in soil. The soil began to look moist. So you had a definite distinction between the soil on the outside and the soil in the middle of this area where we began excavating. And so the ERT team slowly, methodically started brushing away the moist soil where we were at.
Okay. And I just want to ask you a clarifying question. Were you physically aiding in the excavation?
Not then, I was not, no.
Okay. Were you watching the evidence the FBI team do that?
Yes, I was watching them do that.
Once those panels were, well, you've already testified to that. What did you observe next?
They began removing the soil. Once they started removing the soil, slowly, methodically, we began to see a black, round object starting to protrude through the dirt. Just a few inches deep. It wasn't very deep at all before we saw the round object. It appeared, looking at it, appeared to be like a texture of a plastic bag.
Okay. Did they continue to uncover that?
They did.
What did you observe?
They scraped away some more soil around that round object, and it began to take the shape of the crown of, it looked like the crown of a head protruding through the dirt.
Okay. What action was taken next?
We continued, or they continued to dig around that, what we started to call the burial site, and eventually exposed what appeared to be a small body wrapped in black plastic.
Okay. At any time, was that plastic cut into?
The top of the plastic was cut into where it had been exposed on the crown of the head, yes.
Okay. And do you know what the purpose for that was?
We wanted to see exactly what it was without manipulating or damaging any of the evidence. So the ERT leader, Steve Daniels, used a sharp instrument, made a slit down the top of the plastic. It exposed a piece of white plastic underneath that. A slit was made in the white plastic, and eventually we were able to see that looked like brown human hair.
Okay. What did you observe at that point?
At that point, we were then told that Chad Daybell was leaving his daughter's residence at a high rate of speed. His daughter lives caddy corner to his residence. So we were told he was leaving at a high rate of speed. And at that time, Chad Daybell was pulled over and taken into custody.
Okay. At that time, did you return to what you referred to as the burial site by the tree?
Yes, I did.
Okay. What did you observe after that?
Eventually, all the dirt was removed from the small body wrapped in plastic. The body was then photographed, ERT took their measurements. The body was eventually removed from the burial site and put into a black body bag, which was locked for evidence purposes and placed in the back of the coroner's vehicle on scene.
I want to ask you a clarifying question. You're referring to a body. Had you, other than the slit in the head area, you testified correct that this body was in a black plastic bag? Correct. Did you remove any of the other black plastic at that time?
No, it was just, when I testified to that, it was just the shape of a small body wrapped in black plastic.
Okay. And you state, what was done with that after it was removed from that site?
It was placed in the back of the coroner's vehicle and driven to the morgue by the Fremont County coroner and a Fremont County deputy. Myself and Lieutenant Ron Ball followed behind that vehicle all the way until we got to the morgue where it was turned over.
Okay. After you took that body to the morgue, what did you do?
We went back to the Daybell residence to assist with further excavation.
Okay. Was there another area that was searched on the Daybell residence that day?
There was.
And if I could ask, is there a pointer that the witness can use?
I think we do have a laser pointer available. For the record, Mr. Woodland, there is pointing. If you would just verbally describe what's being pointed at, that'll help it be clear later when it's read.
Thank you. Detective, before we move on, can you use the pointer to point to the area we've recently been discussing?
Objection vague.
Can you
Discuss the
point
whole
to the
proper
area
objection.
where?
Hang on a sec. Pending
Sorry.
objection. Overruled. You can inquire.
Okay. Well, and to clarify, can you point to the area where the body was found in black plastic?
There is a tree right here. On this side of the tree, just underneath, the body was found in black plastic, just underneath that tree.
Okay, thank you. You had mentioned a fire pit earlier.
Yes, sir.
Can you point to where that is?
The fire pit is right around here.
All right. So you testified you went up to the morgue at the hospital, and you, at that point, you came back to the Daybell residence on June 9th, correct?
Correct.
And I had asked if there was another area being searched that day. Can you point to where that other area is?
Right here.
Okay.
Could you describe that, Mr.
Yes.
Wood, please?
Can you describe where you're pointing?
So through the course of our investigation, it was brought up that that was known to the Daybell family as the pet cemetery. And they described the pet cemetery as having a little black dog statue that was right next to the pet cemetery. So that's how we knew it as the pet cemetery. And here there's a black dog statue. And so this was the pet cemetery area.
Thank you. And what did you observe when you returned from the morgue?
When I returned, the ERT team had already began excavating a part of that pet cemetery. They had dug down a little bit, not too much, and that's when I arrived back on scene.
Okay. And what did you do at that point?
At that point, I walked over to the pet cemetery area. I began observing. In digging down, they located items of interest that we needed to slow down and dig more methodically. So at that point, a few of us got on our hands and knees and began digging around this moist section of dirt.
Okay. And then what did you observe?
As we began digging, we were on our hands and knees. We started to uncover just burnt flesh, charred bone. The smell was, again, of a decomposing body. We had to take turns digging because the smell was so bad. We could only dig for a couple minutes. So we slowly began digging that.
When you say slowly, what tools were you using to dig?
Paint brushes, little trowels, just something so we can get just a little bit of dirt up without damaging anything in the ground.
Okay. And what did you find in that spot?
Eventually, we uncovered bits and pieces of Tylee, who we assumed was Tylee, that had been burned. There were pieces of bone, like I said, charred flesh. Just the best I can describe is just globs of flesh that were falling apart.
Okay. And did you keep digging down?
We did.
Did you find anything further?
Once we removed some of that, underneath there was another round glob of, and sorry for that's the best way I can describe it. Just burnt flesh, bone, all kind of what appeared to be in a put in a green bucket. The bucket had melted, so it was kind of disformed, and the flesh and bone and was all kind of stuffed in that melted bucket, and so we began digging around that as well.
Okay. And what happened as you did that?
We were able to, like I said, we were only able to work a couple minutes before we'd have to get switched out by other detectives. We were able to get down all the way to the bottom of the mass, and what the goal was try to get to the bottom to be able to lift it onto a tarp or a body bag. As we got down to the bottom, there was a partial human skull underneath the melted bucket.
Okay. Did you attempt to lift it out?
We did.
What happened?
There were 3 or 4 of us that kind of climbed in this little hole, and we attempted to lift it out, but it kind of broke apart because it wasn't really being held in by anything. And so it kind of broke apart, and we had to go in and pick up the pieces out of the hole and put them back into the body bag.
Okay. Detective, at this point in your search, was this still on June 9th, or was this another day?
June 9th.
Okay. At any point, did you have to stop working on June 9th?
We did. It was getting late in the evening. And so we ended up just deciding to secure the scene and be done for the day.
Okay. And when you say secure the scene, what did that mean?
Well, the scene was roped off with crime scene tape. There were several officers from Rexburg Police Department, Fremont County Sheriff's Office, that were scheduled to be there all night to watch the scene. We had 2 big light trucks that were given to us by the fire department, also Fremont County Sheriff's Office, to illuminate the scene all night to make sure that the scene wasn't compromised throughout the night.
Okay. And so the search continued on June 10th?
Correct.
What did you observe on June 10th?
We went back to that second burial site where Tylee was buried, continued to excavate, get all the pieces and parts out of that hole that we needed to get out. We dug down once we got all the pieces and the bones and flesh out of the hole. We dug down a little further because the ground was still moist, the soil was still moist, so we wanted to make sure we got everything. There were bits and pieces that we found. Once we dug down more, there were teeth and different parts a little bit further down, but we just finished with that, and then Tylee was also put into a body bag and transferred to the morgue in the same manner that we took JJ.
And was that at the morgue at Madison Memorial Hospital
It was.
in Rexburg, Idaho?
Correct.
After those remains you've discussed were recovered, what was the next part of your investigation?
At that point, once we got Tylee out of the ground, we determined that we were going to take JJ and Tylee to the Ada County Coroner's office to get ready for an autopsy the next day. So at that point, they were picked up. JJ and Tylee were picked up from the morgue by the Fremont County Coroner, Brenda Dye, and Detective Guy Kamanu, who drove the coroner's vehicle, and myself and Lieutenant Ron Ball followed behind that vehicle all the way to Boise, where they were dropped off at the Ada County Coroner's office.
And I'm sorry, what date was that?
That was June 10th.
Okay. Did anything else happen on June 10th?
No.
Okay. Your Honor, can I have a quick sidebar?
Yes. All right, Mr. Wood, you can continue your inquiry.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd ask that the witness be handed what's been marked as State's Exhibit 10B through 10L. Detective, if you can review those and let me know when you're done.
Okay.
Do you recognize those documents?
I do.
What do they purport to be?
Photographs taken that day at the search warrant at Mr. Daybell's property.
What day was that?
June 9th, 2020.
Okay. And you were present that day?
That's correct.
All right. And do you recognize each of those individual photos?
Yes,
Are they true and accurate representations of what you witnessed that day?
they are.
And Your Honor, the state would move for admission of State's Exhibit 10B through, I believe, through L.
Any objection?
Yeah, voir dire, Nate.
You may.
So 10B, that is a photograph of, what is that? What is that?
That's the front of Mr. Daybell's residence.
Okay. And you didn't take that photograph,
I did not.
but you recognize the front of the residence?
That's correct.
10C, what is that?
That is a photograph of the fire pit.
You didn't take that photograph?
No, sir.
Was that taken on the day that you were there?
It was.
Did you see the photograph being taken?
I did not.
Your Honor, I'm going to object on relevance. These don't go to foundation. He's already laid an adequate foundation.
Is there a objection you're considering that's based on foundation? Or what's the basis of this line of photograph?
Well, I don't know when these were taken. I don't know who took them. And he's saying that all this happened and he saw all of it happen.
Okay, well, we'll just go through them individually then, take objection one by one. So what's the objection on 10B?
10B, no objection.
All right, 10B is admitted. Let's move on to 10C, which has been offered. Is there an objection?
No, no objection.
All right, 10C is admitted. 10D, is there an objection to that photograph?
No.
All right, 10D is admitted. 10E, is there an objection to that?
10E, yes, there's an objection.
What is the objection?
I don't know what this is. It's just a photograph of a piece of some grass.
All right, Mr. Wood, response? Onward,
Detective,
10.
do you have photographed 10E in front of you?
I do.
Okay. What does that purport to be?
That is what I earlier testified to with the long grass and the short grass and a little bit of dirt sticking out where JJ Vallow was eventually uncovered. That's the location.
And do you know where this location is?
Yes.
Can you point to it on the demonstrative exhibit 10A?
Right there.
And what are you pointing at?
It's just the east side, northeast side of the tree next to the pond area.
Okay, and the image depicted in 10E, you saw that with your own eyes?
That's correct.
Is that a true and accurate representation of what you witnessed that day?
Yes, it is.
State moves again for admission of 10E.
Any objection?
With that foundation, Your Honor, no objection.
All right, thank you, Mr. Thomas. So 10E will be admitted. Let's next look at 10F. Is there an objection to that?
There is, Your Honor. I don't know what that is either.
All right, Mr. Wood, if you'd lay some extra foundation on that one, please.
Detective, do you have State's Exhibit 10F in front of you?
I do.
What does it purport to be?
That's the exact same location as 10E, except with the topsoil uncovered.
Okay. And is that a true and accurate representation of what you witnessed that day?
It is.
Thank you, Your Honor. Based on what he's just stated and the foundation he laid for the previous photograph, we'd move for the admission of, what number are we on?
10F.
10F.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor. I may have one here, an objection.
Briefly, Mr. Thomas, yes.
Thank you. So you indicated that you were working at the fire pit, which would have been 10C, when other people were working on the burial site of JJ. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct.
Okay.
So I was working at the fire pit. Then we were called down to the area of the pond area because they had located that original spot from 10E. So when I got there, that's when I got there is 10E.
I see. Okay. And you remained there throughout the time when they found what was purported to be JJ's body?
That's correct.
Okay. I have no
Objection, Your
objection, Your
Honor.
Honor, to the remainder
All right, no
of the
objection then to the remainder.
exhibits.
All right, so, and correct me if I'm wrong, then, Mr. Thomas, without objection, 10F will be admitted, 10G, 10H, 10I, 10J, 10K, and 10L are all admitted into evidence. Mr. Wood, you can continue your examination.
Thank you. Detective, can you describe what you observed in State's Exhibit 10B that morning?
That's the front of Mr. Daybell's residence. He was parked in a vehicle just in front of this vehicle backed in. So that's not the vehicle that Mr. Daybell was sitting in, but parked in front of that one backed in.
Okay. And is that the area where you went, where you observed him looking over his shoulder?
That's correct.
And you testified that you went to that same location to see where he was looking, correct?
Correct.
Can you use the pointer and show what you saw when you did that?
So when I was standing next to Mr. Daybell's vehicle, it was in this location here. Everybody see that pointer?
Your Honor, I wonder if we could dim the lights a little bit.
Yes.
I was standing in this location on the driver's side. He was backed in on the driver's side of Mr. Daybell's vehicle. And when I was looking this way, it was directly to this tree here, which is where JJ was located, just underneath this tree.
Thank you. Observe in State's Exhibit 10C.
That's the fire pit where I was originally tasked to work. In the fire pit, we also located burnt bone fragments and teeth.
What do you observe in State's Exhibit 10D?
That's standing at the west side of the property facing east. Oh, where is it? And this tree is the tree that JJ was buried underneath, just on the other side of this tree.
Your Honor, I'm concerned that the pointer isn't very visible.
We probably have another one. Is there a backup pointer we've got? Maybe.
And if not, would it be possible for the witness to stand at the picture and point?
Give us just a moment. I think we can get one rounded up here. While we're waiting on a quick break here for that pointer, if anybody'd like to stand up, stretch their legs, that's certainly fine. You can do that. All right, thank you. Please be seated. Go ahead, Mr. Wood.
Can I inquire, did we get another pointer?
Yes.
Can we just ask? Okay, that's much better. Thank
Yes.
you. I appreciate that. All right, Detective Formacio, I'm going to ask again, what did you observe in State's Exhibit 10D?
This is standing on the west side of the property facing east. The tree in the photograph is where JJ was buried underneath. And he was just buried right underneath, right there where that pointer is.
Okay.
Pointer is, I'm sorry.
Detective, can you just describe what you observed in State's Exhibit 10E?
That's the photograph that when we were originally working at the fire pit, we were called over. That's directly underneath a tree. And as I earlier testified, the difference in weed growth and the level of grass and a little bit of dirt showing brought our attention over there. So that's what we originally had seen.
Okay. Just due to the lighting, can you use the pointer to point out those things you were talking about where the grass is longer, where it's shorter?
The grass is longer up here and it's shorter through here.
Thank you. What did you observe in State's Exhibit 10F?
That's after, this is a photograph of after we had removed the topsoil. You can see we started to, just the first little layer of topsoil, once it was removed, you could see the beginning of the white rocks starting to protrude through the top of the dirt there.
What did you observe in State's Exhibit 10G?
This is a photograph of once that topsoil was removed, the three white large rocks, the small rock. You can see right here is part of the wood paneling I described earlier underneath the rocks. We also noticed that the roots were cut along the burial site.
Okay, so just to clarify, the excavation team did not cut those roots?
That's correct. They were already cut.
Okay. What did you observe in State's Exhibit 10H?
This is a photograph once we removed the large white rocks, the wood paneling that was underneath them, thin wood paneling.
Okay. You had testified earlier about a smell.
Correct.
Were you able to notice that smell at this point in the excavation?
Absolutely. As soon as we removed the topsoil, we were able to smell.
Okay. What did you observe in State's Exhibit 10I?
This is a photograph of when the wood paneling was removed. As I testified earlier, the soil began to look different. It began to look moist. And we started to see that black plastic round object starting to show through the dirt.
Can you use the pointer to point out that?
So this is the moist soil that we started to see, and this is the black round plastic that started to come through.
Can you tell the jury what you observed in State's Exhibit 10J?
Once we started to slowly excavate more of the soil, we were able to uncover a little bit more of the round plastic. And this is where it looked like to be the crown of a head sticking through the dirt.
What did you observe in State's Exhibit 10K?
Once we saw the crown of the head sticking through the dirt, a small, sharp instrument was used to cut through the plastic, just enough to expose what was underneath. After we cut through the black plastic, there was another layer of white plastic underneath that. We cut through that, and that's when we were able to see what appeared to be brown human hair sticking out from the white plastic. So there's pieces of hair on top of the white plastic that that fell off of the head. Also, you can see part of the black plastic starting to take shape in the burial site.
And what do you observe in State's Exhibit 10L?
This is where we removed the dirt off of the plastic. It's in the shape of a small human body that looks to be in the black plastic. And at that point, this is where we removed JJ and placed him in a body bag and into the coroner's vehicle, just as is.
And what did you observe in State's Exhibit 10M?
After we removed JJ, there was still moist soil.
Counsel, I apologize. Which exhibit are we on now?
10M?
We stopped at L, I think.
Oh.
With what was previously moved and admitted. And I don't think I have a courtesy copy of M yet. Oh, I do. Apologies. So this has not yet been admitted.
Okay, Your Honor, if this could be handed back up to the witness and I'll.
All right, the witness we handed exhibit states 10M.
Detective, do you recognize State's Exhibit 10M?
Yes.
Do you recognize that? What does that document purport to be?
The burial site where we took JJ out of.
Okay, and were you there the day that photograph was taken?
That's correct.
And did you observe that with your own eyes?
But I helped lift him out of the burial site.
Is that photograph a true and accurate representation of what you witnessed that day?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state moves for admission of State's Exhibit 10M.
Any objection?
No.
All right, exhibit 10M is admitted. And you can publish it, Mr. Wood.
Thank you. Detective, what do you observe in State's Exhibit 10M?
That's the moist soil that was underneath JJ once we removed him. That's just from the body breaking down, body decomposition. So we dug further than that moist soil just to make sure we got everything, and that's what that's a photograph of.
Okay. Did you find anything else buried there?
No.
Okay. Just one moment, Your Honor.
Counsel, let me have a brief sidebar, please. Okay, I just had a brief sidebar with counsel discussing our scheduling for today. Given the nature of the evidence we're about to go into and the time of the day, I'm going to suggest that we end up taking our lunch break at this time. We'll take a little longer lunch than typically we would, so we'll try to start back up here at 12:45, so a little over an hour, and we will be in recess until then. So please rise for the adjournment.
Your Honor, before we start, they just brought Lori up. Can we have a minute to talk to her, either in the back hallway or downstairs?
You may. Yeah, let's go ahead and we'll just continue the lunch recess a little bit. If you'd like to exit with your client, we'll do that, and then we'll go back on the record. Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we're back on the record on KCR 22-21-1624, State versus Lori Noreen Vallow. We broke for lunch and had a long lunch break. Legal issues arisen that the court did take up a sidebar with counsel off the record, have been advised of a situation that needs to be argued and determined outside of the presence of the jury at this time. So, Mr. Archibald, Mr. Thomas, I'm aware that your client would have a request at this time. I need to consider that request and hear argument from the state. We'll make a determination and then proceed forward regardless of the determination with additional evidence today. So, would it be Mr. Thomas or Mr. Archibald making the motion at this time?
I will, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Archibald, if you'd like to make your motion at this time, you may.
Your Honor, my client wishes to waive her presence at the testimony for the remainder of the day. It was emotional this morning, and she indicated to us she did not want to attend this afternoon. There is a rule that contemplates defendants waiving their presence, but ask the court to review that rule and any relevant case law. We would remind the court of the history of this case with my client, her fragile state of mind, the mental health concerns, the myriad reports that have been filed about her mental health do justify such a request.
All right, thank you, Mr. Archibald. Who's going to respond on behalf of the state?
Thank you, Your Honor. I will be responding for the state. Your Honor, Idaho Rule 43 favors a defendant being present for the duration of trial. While there are some exceptions outlined, in doing some quick research, case law indicates that there is no absolute right for a defendant not to be present. They do, however, have an absolute right to be present at trial. In addition, case law is clear, as well as Idaho Rule 43, that a court can require the defendants present. Similarly, to the extent that a court can order a disruptive defendant to be bound and gagged and remain in court, it is clear this is how important it is to have a defendant present for the proceedings. Further, the state of Idaho also has a right to have the defendant present for the duration of trial. This isn't the first time that this court has dealt with the defendant's refusal to participate in the proceedings or come out for proceedings. We respect that it is the court and not the defendant that controls the proceedings and how they move forward. If this court is to consider the request of the defense counsel for the defendant not to be present, the state would request that this court conduct an inquiry with the defendant on the record. I think case law is clear that that is a requirement in order for a finding that the defendant does not need to be present. But I would again indicate case law is very clear, as well as Rule 43, that this court could override the defendant's request not to be present and require her presence in the courtroom. Further, if the court is to have the inquiry and determine that the defendant is going to be allowed to refuse to participate in certain portions of the proceedings, the state would request a jury instruction reflecting such, that it was due to no fault of the state, but that the defendant chose not to be present for certain portions or certain evidence being presented. We would further request that we receive a ruling today that the state will absolutely be able to comment during closing arguments on the defendant's refusal to be present during the showing of certain evidence. And we would ask that that ruling go into effect for any further portions of the trial outside of just today. If the court were to allow the defendant not to be present and we run into this issue again, that would be an ongoing request from the state. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Blake. Mr. Archibald, having heard the state's argument, is there any rebuttal argument?
I think jury instructions at this point would be premature. So typically there's a jury instruction conference at the end of the case. So I'd ask the court to reserve ruling on that matter.
All right, thank you, Mr. Archibald. All right, well, this issue came up over the lunch hour. Spent some time with my staff attorney also researching the issue. I've heard argument from counsel, and I appreciate you taking the time to quickly research that issue. I am prepared to make a ruling. So Idaho Criminal Rule 43 is the rule that deals with the presence of the defendant. In addition, a defendant has the right to be present at their trial as secured by both the United States Constitution and the Idaho Constitutions. And there is some authority out there about a voluntary or involuntary absence after trial started. So walking through the rule, presence is required under 43A subsection 3 at every stage of the trial, including the impaneling of the jury and the return of the verdict. And then there's a set of presence not required list under 43B, which don't apply here. And then part C is waiving continued presence. So the rule does have some contemplation about presence being waived. And that states in general, a defendant who is initially present at trial or other proceedings waives the right to be present under the following circumstances. The first circumstance, part A, when the defendant is voluntarily absent after the trial has begun, regardless of whether the court informed the defendant of an obligation to remain during trial. The rule goes on to talk about the waiver's effect under part C2. If the defendant waives the right to be present, the proceeding may continue to completion, including the verdict's return and sentencing during the defendant's absence. There's one case in Idaho, fairly recent from 2021, called State versus Crop, 168 Idaho 948. And that goes through an analysis of the defendant's presence. It states that the right to be present at trial is secured by both the United States Constitution and the Idaho Constitution. Like other constitutional rights, the right to be present can be waived. A defendant, after having been present at the trial's inception, can waive this constitutional right through a later voluntary absence. And then it talks about a three-step process to determine whether an absence is voluntary or not. Most of the cases on this issue deal with people who were there for part of their trial and then just failed to show up maybe for the second, third day of trial or something, and what kind of finding would constitute that to be a voluntary absence if the state continues to proceed forward with the case in the absence of the defendant. There's not really any controlling law I've seen in Idaho on what the authority of the court is to override a request for a defendant to be voluntarily absent. But interestingly, as has been mentioned and argued by the state, the rule under waiving continued presence under Rule 43C1B talks about the authority a court would have to have a disruptive defendant continue to be present during trial, even if ordered by a court to, quote, bind and gag the defendant. So I think the rule contemplates that absences may occur. I think that provision of the rule also clearly indicates that the court does have the authority to order the appearance of the defendant in facing trial and proceedings, and the right of the parties to have the defendant present, including the defendant's own constitutional rights. And having considered the authority and not finding any cited case law to the contrary, I do think this court has the authority to override that request of the defendant to voluntarily excuse herself from certain portions of the trial and not others, where she's been here for the first day and a half of trial. And I do find that within the court's authority to conduct this trial, her presence can and should be required in order to ensure her due process rights and also to ensure a fair trial on behalf of the state. So with that having been considered, I have carefully considered the request of the defendant in this case, who is here present, and I am denying her request to excuse herself from this section of the proceedings that are occurring in the evidence presented by the state's case in chief. So that will be the court's ruling on that. I'll prepare a order to that effect, which will be entered into this case, and we will move forward with additional evidence to be presented in the defendant's presence. Mr. Archibald, any questions on that ruling?
No, Your Honor.
Does the state have any questions on the ruling?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you, counsel. At this time, then, we'll have the jury brought back in for additional evidence.
All right, please.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we did take an inordinately long lunch break. I apologize. As you may have recalled from one of the many instructions you received when this case began, at times there are delays where we are working behind the scenes on legal issues, and that's what was occurring outside of your presence. So I wanted to give you an explanation there. We're still committed to our trial schedule for the day when I advised you we'd be ending each day roughly. So with that in mind, we do have continued testimony from the witness who has previously been placed under oath, Detective Hermosillo, and Mr. Wood, you can continue with your direct examination at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Hermosillo, you testified earlier about meeting Chad Daybell and Alex Cox, correct?
That's correct.
And you testified that you found Mr. Daybell's answer to one of your questions suspicious because you knew he was married to Lori Daybell, correct?
Correct.
Through your investigation, do you know when they were married?
November 5th, 2019.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be handed what's marked as State's Exhibit 30, and it will be offered as a demonstrative exhibit. Detective, so far throughout this trial, there have been many names and individuals listed. Did you put together a chart with associated pictures and names to aid the jury in understanding your testimony?
I did.
And did you do that to also help the jury keep track of the numerous individuals in this case?
Yes.
Can you look at State's Exhibit 30? What does that purport to be?
The exhibit I created with the various names and pictures.
Okay. And are those names matched to the pictures?
Yes.
Of the individuals who they purport to be?
Yes.
Your Honor, for demonstrative purposes and to aid the jury, I'd ask the State's Exhibit 30 be entered into evidence.
Any objection?
I've not received Exhibit 30. I have 31 and 30, 31A and 31B. For demonstrative purposes, we have no objection to 30.
All right, thank you, Mr. Thomas. Exhibit 30 can be admitted for demonstrative purposes.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I publish that to the jury?
Yes, you may.
Detective, who do you observe on State's Exhibit 30?
Lori Vallow Daybell.
Actually, I'm going to stop you. Can you use the pointer and point to who you're talking about?
Lori Vallow Daybell. Charles Vallow. Alex Cox. Chad Daybell. Tammy Daybell. Tylee Ryan, Joshua J.J. Vallow, and Melanie Pulowski, also known as Melanie Boudreaux.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd also ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibits 31A and 31B. These will also be offered for demonstrative purposes. Detective, do you recognize State's Exhibits 31A and 31B?
I do.
Okay. There have been many dates and events discussed thus far. Did you put together a chart of times and events to aid the jury in understanding your testimony and tracking the dates and times discussed?
Yes, I did.
Is that what State's Exhibits 31A and 31B are?
Yes, it is.
Are the dates and times and the individuals listed there true and accurate representations of what have been testified to so far?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would, for demonstrative purposes, ask for the admission of State's Exhibits 31A and 31B.
All right. We'll start with 31A. Is there any objection to the admission of that as a demonstrative exhibit?
No.
31A will be admitted, and as to 31B, any objection?
No.
31B is also admitted as a demonstrative exhibit.
May I publish those to the jury, Your Honor?
You may.
Detective, similarly, can you use your pointer and point out what you observe on State's Exhibit 31A?
July 11th, 2019 is the day that Charles Vallow dies. September 2nd or 3rd, Lori, Alex, Tylee, and JJ moved to Rexburg, Idaho. Last known proof of life for Tylee Ryan was September 8th, 2019. Last known proof of life for JJ Vallow was September 22nd, 2019. October 2nd, 2019 was the attempted shooting of Brandon Boudreaux. October 9th, 2019 was the attempted shooting of Tammy Daybell. October 19th, 2019 is the day that Tammy dies.
Similarly, Detective, can you point out what you observe on State's Exhibit 31B?
31B is the key dates of the investigation we had spoken about earlier. November 1st, 2019 is the day I was contacted by Fremont County. November 4th, 2019 is the day that I seized the 2018 Jeep Wrangler. November 5th, 2019 is the date that Chad and Lori were married in Kauai. November 25th, 2019 is the day that I was requested to do a welfare check on JJ Vallow. November 26th, 2019 is the date that I contacted Alex Cox and Chad Daybell outside of that residence. November 27th, 2019 was the date we executed the search warrant at Lori Vallow's residence. June 9th, 2020 was the day we executed the search warrant at Chad Daybell's residence. And June 10th is the day we went to the Ada County Coroner's office.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibits 11A through 11G. Detective, do you recognize those exhibits?
I do.
What do they purport to be?
They are the photographs of the pet cemetery and the burial site that we later located Tylee Ryan.
Okay, is this the same area you testified, or is this the same pet cemetery area you testified to earlier today?
Yes.
Okay, and this is something you saw with your own eyes?
Yes.
And you saw this on June 9th and June 10th, 2020?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, I'd ask that state's exhibits, one moment, Your Honor. I'd ask that state's exhibits 11A through 11G be entered into evidence.
All right, any objection to any of those exhibits from the defense?
Okay, just a second.
You may.
No objection.
Okay, just to keep the record clear, exhibits states 11A, 11B, 11C, 11D, 11E, 11F, and 11G have all been admitted and may be published.
Detective, can you describe what you observed in state's exhibit 11A?
This is the pet cemetery. As I earlier testified, we knew it was the pet cemetery because of the black dog statue that was next to the post.
Detective, can you, with the pointer, point out the black dog?
Sorry. Right there.
Thank you.
Also in this photograph is the fire pit that is sectioned off that we were also going through, and the blue tarps, anything of interest or evidentiary value that we dug out of the ground were placed on the blue tarps.
Thank you. Detective, can you describe what you observed in state's exhibit 11B?
As I testified earlier, when we began digging down, we could notice the difference in soil from dry soil to a moist soil, and we started to get into clumps of rotted flesh, charred flesh, and this is starting to get down into the rotted flesh and the charred flesh. There's a piece of broken charred bone sticking up through the dirt, and that's what that photograph is.
Detective, can you describe what you observed in state's exhibit 11C? Sorry, maybe that's better.
As we began digging down and the flesh and bone began coming out of the ground, we had our rubber gloves on, grab it out of the ground and place it on the blue tarp that I described earlier. This is just a portion of some of the flesh and charred bone, broken bone that we had uncovered at that time. It still has some dirt on the charred flesh, but there's bone fragments. There's some more bone fragments, some bone there, and the rotted, charred flesh that was attached to that bone.
Detective, what did you observe in state's exhibit 11D?
When I testified earlier about the mass, the clump of flesh and bone that was placed into the melted green bucket, that's what you're looking at here. You can see the part of the plastic green bucket. There's parts of bone sticking out here. This area here is all burnt flesh, fatty tissue. There's organs that weren't completely burnt through all the way. Like it was just placed in the bucket and kind of stayed there. So we dug around that bucket the best we could. We would get in there and dig by hand with paintbrushes or anything that we can get. Underneath this bucket, you can start seeing the partial remains of a human skull. underneath the melted bucket.
Detective, how long did this process take you?
Hours. Like I said, we were only able to get down there on our hands and knees for a couple minutes before we had to have somebody else come relieve us because of the smell.
Detective, what did you observe in State's Exhibit 11E?
This is a close-up of the partial skull that was under the melted green bucket. It was a plat bucket. And you can see the white lettering. There's an L there. But the bucket itself was melted, and all that was stuffed inside. And underneath, there was part of the top of the skull. And we also found a jawbone underneath this portion here that isn't depicted in that picture.
Detective, what did you observe in State's Exhibit 11F?
After we removed that mass of flesh, after it broke into clumps and we tried to pick it up and it broke up and we had to by hand pick everything up and put it onto the tarp. That's what was left. It was the moist soil. And so we dug down a little bit more, found some teeth. But that is after we took the teeth and the flesh, everything out of the hole. That's what was left was the moist soil. We dug down further to make sure that we had found everything and there was nothing else after that.
And Detective, what do you observe in State's Exhibit 11G?
This was part of Tylee that was inside of the bucket that had broken up when we tried to move it onto the mat or onto the tarp. There's charred flesh, rotting flesh. There's part of the top of a skull here. The orbital sockets are there. That's the top of the skull. These are just some of the parts that we had to get out of the ground and placed onto the tarp.
Detective, I believe you testified earlier that on June 10th, you and Detective Ball followed the Fremont County coroner and took these remains to Ada County. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what did you do with them on June 10th?
June 10th, we dropped them off and left JJ and Tylee with the Ada County coroner in their custody. And we agreed to come back the next morning on June 11th to perform the autopsy.
Okay. And did you do that? Did you go back on June 11th?
We did.
Okay. What was the first thing you did when you got there on June 11th?
Initially, we met with the medical examiner, Dr. Garth Warren. We met in his office. He briefed us with what we were about to go through, kind of walked us through what was going to happen. And at that time, he walked us down a hall. We put on booties on our shoes. We had gloves. We signed in on the whiteboard, everybody that was inside the room. And at that time, Dr. Warren and his team brought out the black body bag that had contained the black plastic bag that we had taken out of the ground that day before.
Okay. What did you observe next?
They cut the seal on the body bag and unzipped the body bag, and it revealed the black plastic bag that had the duct tape. He placed that bag onto the metal table. It still had dirt on it from when we had taken it out of the ground. They took photographs, did whatever they needed to do, and they cut down the center of the black plastic bag.
Okay. When they cut down that plastic bag, what did you observe?
I saw a little boy in red pajamas. He had a white plastic bag around his head, several layers of duct tape from his chin to his forehead area. His arms were duct taped with several layers of duct tape. His arms were folded like this across his chest. You guys see that? His feet were also duct taped and bound. He had a white and blue child's blanket placed on top of him.
Okay. What did you observe happen next?
Dr. Warren cut open the bag that was wrapped over JJ's head, exposing what was underneath. And underneath that white plastic bag, there was another layer of duct tape across his mouth from jawline to jawline.
And then what happened?
He then cut the duct tape away from his arms to expose his wrists and his forearms. And when he did that, there was also another level of duct tape wrapped around his wrists. So his wrists were bound this way. Yeah.
Did you remain for the entirety of J.J. Vallow's autopsy?
I did.
Once that duct tape was removed, what did you observe?
Through the videos and pictures that we had seen of JJ for the last 8 months, the nonstop looking, the tips coming in, everything we had obtained and looked at, I was able to recognize that same little boy lying on the table to be JJ Vallow. He had the same haircut. It was short on the sides, long brown hair on the top. So I recognized him as JJ.
Okay. Was there anything else that was that stood out to you during that autopsy?
His pajamas were soaked with body decomposition. He still had on his pull-up nighttime diaper. There was some visible bruising on his arms that the medical examiner had pointed out to us. So.
Okay. Detective, upon the completion of the autopsy of J.J. Vallow, what did you do?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yeah. Upon the completion of J.J. Vallow's autopsy, what did you do next?
Dr. Warren brought in the second set of remains of Tylee. He undid the body bag. Once he saw what was inside the body bag, he had advised us that there wasn't anything he was going to do that evening, that we can come back the next day. And so at that point, we left the coroner's office.
Okay. One moment, Your Honor. Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 12A through 12E.
A and B?
A through E.
A through E, thank you.
And Detective, if you'll look at those and let me know when you've had a chance to review them.
Okay.
Detective, do you recognize those exhibits?
Yes, I do.
What do they purport to be?
JJ Vallow, in the condition that we first saw him after they cut open the black plastic bag.
So are these photos from the autopsy?
They are.
Okay. And you were there the entirety of the autopsy?
Yes, sir.
And you saw it with your own eyes?
Correct.
Are those exhibits, exhibits 12A through E, true and accurate representations of what you witnessed that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves for admission of exhibits 12A through E.
All right. Is there any objection to states A through E, Exhibit 12?
No, Your Honor.
All right. States Exhibit 12A, 12B, 12C, 12D, and 12E are all admitted into evidence and may be published.
Detective, what did you observe in State's Exhibit 12A?
This is the first time we saw JJ once they cut down the black plastic bag that revealed what was inside. That's JJ with the white plastic on his head. You can see where we originally cut the plastic when he was in the ground to reveal his brown hair. But the amount of duct tape over his face, over his arms, the body decomposition is and his ankles are also bound with duct tape.
Were you able to observe any decomposition fluid in that area of that's shown in that picture?
Yes, it's hard to see in the picture, but the whole bottom half of his red pajamas were soaked with body decomposition.
Thank you. Detective, what did you observe in State's Exhibit 12C?
This is after the medical examiner first cut down the white plastic bag. Like I testified earlier, he had a strip of duct tape around his mouth from jawline to jawline. As you can see, his skin's going through various stages of decomposition, but he was still recognizable with the brown hair and facial features that we had seen in the photographs for the last 8 months.
Detective, what did you observe in State's Exhibit 12D?
That's the white plastic bag that was placed over JJ's head. It appeared to be the waffle style type expandable trash bag that people normally put in their kitchen. It had a red drawstring. But that's what was over his head. And what you're looking at, there's pieces of duct tape that were attached to that. And this is just body decomposition that was inside the plastic bag from his face.
And what did you observe in State's Exhibit 12E?
That's a picture of JJ still with the duct tape around his mouth, just a close-up picture. Like I testified earlier, you could still see the long brown hair, the shape of his head. It was very easily to identify that little boy on the table as the one we had been looking for the last 8 months.
Detective, did you do, after the autopsy, of JJ. Did you do anything else in Ada County in regards to his remains?
I assisted Lieutenant Ron Ball with transporting various items from the autopsy to the Idaho State Lab the next day on June 12th.
Okay. Did you do anything further with any of the remains of Tylee Ryan in Ada County?
No.
Okay. One moment, Your Honor. Your Honor, the state has further questions for Detective Hermosillo at this time. Due to the nature of this case, we may need to recall him at other times to continue the nature of the investigation. But for purposes of today, we have no further questions.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Wood. I'll allow for cross-examination. I realize we took a long lunch break. However, given the evidence just published, I think it would be appropriate to allow another break for the jurors just to clear the air for a moment, and then we'll allow for some cross-examination. So we'll try to make this a quick break. I say that, 15 minutes. Hopefully we'll be back on for cross-examination. We'll be in recess for the jury.
All right, please.
Thank you. Please be seated. Can you just hold on just a second? Officer Vallow, can I just stop you? Okay. Yes, thank you.
All right, please.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. Back on the record, KCR 22-21-1624, State versus Lori Noreen Vallow. We took a mid-afternoon break. Detective Hermosillo, you are still under oath, I'll remind you. At this time, the defense may be allowed cross-examination. Mr. Thomas, you can inquire.
Your Honor. How you doing today? It's been a tough day.
It's been a tough day.
A long day. So I'm just going to ask a few follow-up questions. I know that the state's had you on all day, and we're hopefully going to get this done. So you indicate that you've been a detective for about 4 years now.
That's correct.
So you were in the detective division for about a year when this came down.
Under a year.
Under a year. Okay. And so you indicate the first opportunity you had to get involved in this case, I believe, was on November the 1st. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that's when you were contacted by Gilbert PD, right?
No, sir. I was contacted by Fremont County on November 1st.
Oh, Fremont County. When were you contacted by Gilbert? What were you? Let's just start there. What happened with Fremont County? Why were you contacted by them?
They advised me that there was a Jeep in our jurisdiction, possibly, that was involved with the attempted homicide of Brandon Boudreaux. After Fremont called me, I then contacted Gilbert to get more information.
Okay, so that's where it came. Okay, so you were first contacted by Fremont, and then you got in touch with Arizona, Gilbert, Arizona. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, all right. And was that also on November the 1st? Did all that happen like in a series of hours or something like that?
Correct.
Okay. And then they asked you to seize a Jeep, a gray Jeep, and you indicated that you were having some intermittent surveillance, right?
Correct.
All right. So tell me a little bit about the intermittent surveillance. How intermittent, I guess, is what I want to know.
Throughout November 1st into, I'd say starting November 1st, it was probably 15 hours worth of surveillance off and on.
And I guess I'm asking, how over the course of how many days?
Over the course of 2 weeks, probably.
Okay. And then did you ultimately find the vehicle during that 2 week period?
I found it on the 4th of November.
Okay. And so your 15 hours of intermittent surveillance on Chad and Lori, that was between November 1st and about November 15th. Is that right?
Yeah, roughly.
Okay. And when you say intermittent surveillance, like what would you do? Is it kind of like a stakeout type thing, or was it different? Were you just driving around? How'd that work out?
Yeah, we parked in front of the residence when we didn't have other things going on. Took a couple photographs if we could, but basically we were there to give any intel to Gilbert Police in reference to that.
Okay. And as far as the surveillance and intel, was that done at I'm assuming it was in Rexburg because you're a Rexburg detective, right?
Correct.
So you weren't going to Chad's house. You were mostly staying at Lori's house when you were doing that surveillance?
Correct.
Okay. And about how many times did you end up seeing Chad and Lori at that particular apartment during that 15 days?
We saw them there the very first day, November 1st. And I don't recall seeing them after that.
Okay. When you say about 15 hours over about 15 days, was it about an hour a day, or was it more different chunks, different times?
Probably different chunks, different times, depending on what was going on.
All right, thanks. That's very helpful. You indicate that the first time that you heard of JJ was when you seized. No, this was a little bit confusing for me. You said the first time that you heard of JJ was when the Jeep was seized on November the 4th, but then you said on November the 18th, I think was when you said the first time you heard about JJ. Is that right?
The first time we heard of JJ was November 18th, when Gilbert Police came up to seize the infotainment center from the Jeep that we had originally seized on the 4th.
Okay. And help me understand, I'm not a car guy, so what is an infotainment center?
It's has the GPS locations, the middle portion of the inside of the Jeep where the radio,
okay,
where you can program your maps. They took that. Gilbert Police took that seized that, and that's the first time that we had heard of JJ.
Okay. So I hate to use this term. Is it kind of like the black box of the Jeep now, or is that something that's still like under the seat type thing? Do you know?
I can't answer that.
You don't know? Okay. All right. But at any rate, they took the infotainment center, right?
Correct.
Okay. Didn't take anything else out of the Jeep, or?
Not that I can recall, no.
Okay. And they didn't take the Jeep itself?
No, sir.
Okay. When you, on November the 26th, you went to 565 Pioneer Road and talked to Alex Cox and Chad Daybell while they were standing outside of the garage, I believe, at 175. Is that right?
Correct.
You indicated, well, I don't know if you did indicate or not. Were you wearing a body cam when you were talking to them?
No, sir.
So who else was with you when you were talking to them?
Detective Hope.
And was Detective Hope wearing a body cam?
No, sir.
Were either of you wearing some type of audio recording device?
No, sir.
Okay. So whatever was said, that would have been from your recollection, not from anything that you've reviewed, like a video or an audio.
That's correct.
Okay. So, and the reason that you were at Lori's apartment was for a welfare check on JJ, is that right?
On the 26th?
Yes, I'm sorry, on the 26th of November 2019.
Yes, that's correct.
All right. And you indicated you called Lieutenant Ron Ball, who is kind of over you, is that right?
That's right.
All right. And so you thought there was some suspicious activity with regards to your conversation, and then you decided to get a warrant. So what was the basis of getting the warrant?
The basis of the warrant was the actions of Mr. Daybell, Mr. Cox on the 26th, the fact that we were advised that JJ was with a family friend who later determined that JJ was never with her. That was a lie. Based on...
Well, hold on. I apologize for breaking in. But when you said based on the family friend, that didn't happen when you went to go get the warrant, right? That happened later, right?
No, sir. That happened the 26th. That night, we were able to confirm that JJ was not with Melanie Gibb, and that was not the case.
Okay. So, and after that conversation, that was when you were going to go to the prosecutor's office and get the warrant?
After the conversation that
with Melanie Gibb,
Ron Ball and Dave Stubbs had with Lori Vallow,
mm-hmm.
where she told those detectives that JJ was at a movie with Melanie Gibb at Frozen 2.
Yes.
When we talked to Melanie Gibb says that is not true. That was a lie. That was not the case. The next morning, we obtained the search warrant.
Okay. So, but what you testified on direct exam, and I'm not trying to trip you up. I'm just trying to figure out what the sequence of events was. You talked to Chad. He finally gave up Lori's phone number. You called Lieutenant Ball. Thought that it was suspicious. Dave Stubbs arrives. They knock on 175. No answer. All those are correct, right?
Correct.
Okay. Then you go and knock on 174, which was Melanie Boudreau's house. Is that right?
Correct.
No answer.
Correct.
Okay. And then it says the next thing I have, and this is probably me. It says go to the prosecutor's office to get a warrant. Is that what happened?
That's correct.
Okay. So this was before anybody called Melanie Gibb and found out that there was that they weren't at Frozen 2, right?
No, sir.
Okay.
So originally we went to go get the warrant. And if you remember, I testified that when we were at the prosecutors to get the warrant, Lori Vallow then called Detective Hope back, and she was advised to open her front door. Then Lori spoke with the detectives, and that's where the body cam with Lieutenant Ball and Dave Stubbs come in, where Lori admits that JJ was with a family friend.
But you were already at the prosecutor's office getting the warrant, or attempting to get a warrant, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And what was the basis? What was the crime that was committed that you needed to get a warrant?
We didn't obtain the warrant.
I know, but in order to... Okay. So you just went to the prosecutor's office hoping to get a warrant on a hunch?
It wasn't a hunch. It was based on the lies that we were being told, the concern that we had for JJ at that point.
What was the crime?
Lying to the police about the whereabouts of JJ.
And that's what the warrant was going to be based on?
We didn't get the warrant, sir.
I know you didn't get the warrant, but you said you attempted to get a warrant, or you walked over to get a warrant.
I can't speculate whether the judge would have given us the warrant or not.
Okay. You ended up getting a warrant the next day. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you found some guns and some magazines and some other paraphernalia. And when I say paraphernalia, I mean like weaponry, paraphernalia, stuff like that. You understand?
Correct.
Did you, at any time during the investigation, was there anything that led you to believe that Lori Vallow or Lori Daybell was involved in having those weapons or owned those weapons?
No, sir.
And when I say paraphernalia, I mean like the ghillie suit. That didn't look like something that would fit her, right?
I can't answer that.
Okay. You didn't. Okay. You talked a little bit about proof of life, and your definition, according to what I wrote down, and I may be wrong, but what I wrote down was any documentation that would confirm that a person was alive. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
Okay. Would that be your definition?
That's my definition, yes.
Okay. And so you indicated that the last proof of life that you got for Tylee was on September the 8th. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Isn't it true that you had hundreds of tips that came in with regards to where Tylee and JJ were in the months after this September the 8th?
That's true. We had hundreds of tips come in after September the 8th, none of which were verified to be Tylee.
Okay. But you didn't vet every tip.
We followed up on every tip.
You followed up on every tip?
Yes, sir.
There was never a time where you said, oh, wow, we called this number and nobody answered. And so we just never followed up after that one phone call. That never happened?
No, there could have been those times,
Okay.
but we followed up on every tip. That's right.
Okay. But you didn't follow it up to the point where you knew that it wasn't true?
Correct.
Okay. With regards to the death of Tammy Daybell, Tammy Daybell died on October the 19th, 2019, as far as you know, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you know where Lori Daybell was on October the 19th? Or I'm sorry, at that time she was Lori Vallow. Do you know where Lori Vallow was on October the 19th, 2019?
I do.
Where was she?
Hawaii.
Okay. So she wasn't anywhere near Tammy Daybell when Tammy Daybell died?
That's correct.
When you searched the property of Chad Daybell on June the 9th, you said you got there around 7 a.m. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this wasn't something that was like a spur of the moment thing where you got some guys together and all ran out, got a warrant the day before. I mean, this was something that was planned. I guess what I'm saying is this is something that was planned, correct?
Correct.
For weeks, maybe even months?
I wouldn't go that far, probably weeks, maybe.
Okay. I mean, long enough to get a backhoe out there and set some stuff up, right? I mean, there was some planning involved.
Correct.
Okay. You said you got there around 7 a.m. I believe you kind of alluded to, but I kind of want to nail it down, that the FBI ERT team, the evidence recovery team, they were kind of the ones running point or the ones in charge of the search. Is that right?
Once the scene was secure, yes, they were in charge of the search.
Okay. So how long did it take to secure the scene?
Long enough for us to make contact with Chad and the kids and make sure there were no potential threats inside the residence. So I'm guessing 20 minutes.
Okay. And when you arrived at 7 a.m., there were a bunch of people that arrived at the same time, right? I mean,
No,
you weren't the
no,
lone,
sir.
You were the lone gunman going in?
No, there were three or four of us.
Okay. You and who else?
Myself, Lieutenant Ron Ball, Detective Vince Kamanu, I think maybe Detective, let's see, David Stubbs was there. I believe that was it.
Okay, so the four of you. And where did everybody else stage in preparation to go to the, did they, I guess I'm saying, there were a bunch of people there, probably 30 or 40 people that were involved in this.
Correct.
Where were they while you guys were securing the scene?
They staged at the church in Sugar Salem, on the Sugar Salem Highway.
Okay, about 2 miles away from, just down the road, maybe 2 miles from where Chad Daybell's house is.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You know, you said that you'd only been doing this for less than a year prior to becoming, or prior to this case coming on. Was this your first time at the scene of a crime like this, where where the FBI was in charge and you guys were just kind of worker bees, so to speak? I don't want to discount your job or what you were doing, but I mean, they were kind of the experts and you guys were kind of the ones that were there to help out, right?
I've worked with the FBI, Homeland Security. We've served search warrants on different places when I was in patrol, even as a patrol supervisor.
Oh, okay.
When they would come into our jurisdiction, we would assist them, they would assist us. So it's not the first time I've worked with the FBI or agencies like that.
Mm-hmm.
To this magnitude, yes, that was the first time.
Okay. Thank you. That was very helpful. And over the last 22 years of you being involved, you know, you mentioned that you'd done this before. About how many times had you done a search where the FBI was involved and you were kind of helping them out? How many times would you say?
Probably 5 or 6 times.
Okay. Okay. You mentioned in serving the search warrant that there were a bunch of different agencies involved. You mentioned the FBI ERT, or the Evidence Recovery Team, Fremont County Rexburg Police Department, Idaho Attorney General's Office. I want to say I remember reading something about either Boise City Police or Ada County Sheriff's Office, something like that. Do you remember anybody from them?
They weren't there assisting us. They were set up in different locations throughout the highway in case somebody needed to be followed.
Okay. And was that Boise or was that Ada County? Do you remember?
I believe it was Boise.
Okay, that's what I
their
thought.
surveillance team.
I didn't want to. Okay. And they were part of the surveillance team?
Correct.
Okay. You mentioned the fact that Chad was out of his home in his car, and that you had walked up to him and asked him if he needed a coat or a jacket. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you said that you thought that it was peculiar, or caught your attention, I guess I should say, that he was looking over his shoulder. And then you said that he was looking in the direction of a tree near the pond area where JJ ended up being found. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. But I mean, isn't it true that, I mean, that's a pretty wide view. You could be looking at any number of things, right?
He was looking towards the tree pond area.
Okay. But you weren't looking at him to see where his eyes were, right?
I wasn't looking into his eyes.
Right. You weren't looking eye to eye with him.
No, I was not looking eye to eye with him.
Okay. So you don't necessarily know where he was looking.
He was looking towards the pond area under the tree, towards the tree.
Okay. I guess we'll just agree to disagree. So your first task, I believe, by the evidence recovery team was that you were to sift through the fire pit. Were there a number of agents or a number of officers or detectives that were involved in sifting through the fire pit with you, or were you kind of the lone guy on the fire pit area?
No, there were a couple other detectives and also members from the ERT team as well, kind of directing us on what they needed or what to do.
Okay. So in the fire pit area, I saw that there was some pink tape or pink ribbon that was kind of marked out in an area in one of the photographs. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And the fire pit area was specifically marked out as a particular area?
Correct.
How big of an area would you say that was marked out? Because I didn't have any type of a ruler. I wasn't there. I don't know.
Oh, I'd say I couldn't even guess.
Okay.
It was a large area.
Large area. So when they took the photograph of the fire pit and you identified it as the fire pit, it didn't just encompass that one circle of cinder blocks or the wood around it, right? It was a lot more land than that. It was the fire pit area, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so about how long was it between when you went in and originally secured the scene? You said it was about 20 minutes. And then when did you start working on the fire pit?
I'd probably say between 8 and 8:30, maybe.
Okay. And then I have written down here that the pond area, there was a search from about 9 a.m. observed while sifting through the fire pit. Did that happen around 9 a.m.? You were at the fire pit for about half an hour, I guess is what I'm saying.
Roughly, I didn't keep track, but I would say roughly half hour-ish.
And so then a half hour goes by, and then something else is going on at the pond area, and you're taken over there, or you're asked to come over there.
Correct.
Okay. And a number of people stayed at the fire pit area. Is that right?
I can't answer that. I was over at the pond at that point.
Okay. Were you called over by one of the ERTs?
I don't remember who I was called over by.
Somebody.
Somebody.
Okay.
Yep.
That's fair. Now, State's Exhibit 10A, there was some talk about excavation of the backyard, and that was, I believe in some of the photographs that I've seen, there was actually a backhoe. Is that right? A large piece of equipment? I'm sorry, you have to answer audibly.
Sorry, swallowed wrong.
I'm sorry.
That's correct.
Okay. And this backhoe, were you there when it took the first piece of topsoil off of the ground at the place where JJ was buried?
We didn't use the backhoe where
Oh.
JJ was buried.
Okay. So the first picture that I saw that was published, I don't know the number, but it just had all the grassy part, and then there was a small patch that was not as grassy, right?
Correct.
You understand that picture?
Yes.
Okay. And then the next picture that I saw was a place where they had already taken off that top layer of grass. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so how did that layer of grass get taken off?
With shovels.
Okay. And how deep were you involved in digging that first layer off?
I did not participate in digging the first layer, no.
Did you watch the first layer be taken off?
I did.
Okay. So, I mean, I don't know how it worked out, but did they go in like in a what type of shovel was it? Was it a spade shovel or was it a flat-ended shovel?
I can't remember, sir.
You don't remember. How deep was the first layer? How much was pulled off at first?
Roughly an inch, maybe.
So very little.
Correct.
Okay. All right.
All right, Mr. Thomas. Apologies for the interruption.
Oh wow, I didn't even know I was going to go that long.
Well, I don't want to rush your cross-examination. I think there will be more for the detective tomorrow in any regards. So
Okay.
I think it would be a good time for us to adjourn for the day. Before we do that, as I've told the jurors before, and I will continue to tell you again, I appreciate your attentiveness to this instruction before we break for the day. Please do not talk to anyone about this case, including each other. Please don't do any research or look the case up online, or take every effort if you can to please avoid viewing anything about the case in the media that you may run across between now and tomorrow. You'll be asked to sign that juror affirmation again. We appreciate the effort you put into this case thus far. And with that admonishing instruction in mind, then we'll see you tomorrow to commence again. That's scheduled to start at 8:30. So if everyone would please rise for the jury, we'll adjourn for the day.
All right, please.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. Council, before we adjourn for the day, I'm going to ask the council remain in. I've got an issue to discuss with the council, which will be in a closed proceeding, so we'll clear the courtroom and turn off the simulcast also to conclude for the day. Before we take that up, is there anything else the state wishes to bring up before we adjourn for the day in the public setting?
Nothing from the state.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wood. Anything further from the defense? All right, thank you. We'll take a brief 5-minute break here to allow the public to clear the courtroom. You can be excused as well, and we'll see you here tomorrow. And we will conduct a hearing that the court determines needs to be closed for reasons I'll state on the record once we call that up.
Okay, y'all. So that was a lot of information. a lot of graphic material to hear. I think some of the things that her attorney say just seem very unprofessional. I think they're basically just talking to hear themselves talk, honestly. So tomorrow, what I'm gonna do, I don't know exactly what time they usually release the audio. I have to go somewhere tomorrow morning. Hopefully, I'll be back in time. If I am back home whenever they, uh, Emerald Queen, yeah, it's a lot of depression along with it. Um, if I'm back home whenever they release the audio, which I should be, as soon as they release it and I'm able to get my hands on it, I'm probably going to go live with it right then. Uh, so I don't know what time it'll be, just probably before my usual 10:30 time. Uh, so I may just play it. It'll be probably about the same amount of time as this audio was, like right at 4 hours. I may play that, talk about it for a little bit, and then I may go live again at my 10:30 time. Let's see. Is Lori eventually gonna have to go to? Teresa, I don't think they're gonna put Lori on the stand. I really don't. So, but what I'll do though, once I get the audio, I will post a community post letting everybody know that I'm gonna be going live with it and the time and everything. I gotta wait for them to release it. Wait, what up, baby? That's what I'm gonna try to do. Just the one, basically, like the last part of this one was just play the audio, um, and then just our usual live tomorrow night. One Jura Matters, thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. And all of you are appreciated. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. Like, we've been on here almost 5.5 hours and it's 4 o'clock in the morning. So thank you all for hanging out. I know Gigi, she says she has to get up early in the morning. Her husband's got blood work and stuff to do. So thank you all so much for staying with us and listening to that. It was a lot. Callie Dime, thank you. I appreciate that. So yeah, I'm gonna get out of here so I can get to bed. I need to get up early in the morning as well. Like I said, as soon as it's released, I'll throw out uh, a community post letting y'all know that I got it, what time I'm going live, and all that. So probably that one will probably be about a 4-hour live too. They usually won't. Usually they stop at 3:30 on the dot there in Idaho, which is like 4:30 my time. Thank you. You know, we don't need sleep. Amazing tip. I don't know what sleep is. Somebody was talking about taking a nap the other day. I'm like, what is a nap? All right, so I'm gonna get out of here. I hope you all have a wonderful night. Thanks so much for staying with us. Teresa, thank you. You as well. Gigi, I hope you and your husband have a good night, and y'all be safe tomorrow. But yeah, thank you for sticking around and listening to that. I know it was pretty graphic. Um, I don't know who's going to be on the stand next after Hermosillo. I don't know how much more graphic stuff they're going to come out with until the medical examiner gets on there. I'm pretty sure that'll probably be like the next big thing. So I love you all. I hope you all have a wonderful night. I will see y'all tomorrow afternoon sometime. And I will talk to y'all later.